What's up, friends? My name's Aaron Ciotti. Everybody calls me Ciotti. Thanks for coming to Sunday. Finish the Moongoat day. It looks like ass in here because Sundays in the wintertime, around this time of day, the sun hits this huge window really hard. So yeah, forgive the stream looking like crap for the next couple months till the sun moves, till the seasons change. In the chat, many wonderful people. Mr. Huggy was first. I need to click this button. I need to click that button. I need to move the chat back over. And Mr. Huggy was first. Christian Vlot was next. Wattcam W, Free Range Chicken, Eric Allen, Flying Ram, Maniac FPV, William Barlow, Alexander Mork, Wattcan, Flying Ram, Aaron FPV, Wanna Get Flies, Zach Cagley, Loon FPV, Family Guyver, Oliver Coast, Loon FPV again, Gary Higgins, Adam Boss, Swick, Tiago Ramos, License to Drive, Maniac, Doc, Family Guyver, Alexander again, Tyler Harris, Watkin, Frank Nicholas in the house, Free Range Chicken, Rick Zapata, Sack 4 Saves, Smitty FPV, Drone 5, Vest, maybe, so that I get, maybe that's the new thing. I go until my mouth just protests, and then we move on. I'm going to try very hard to not get 2 hours behind. We didn't get 2 hours behind last week. We got an hour behind last week, and that's too much. So I'm going to try really hard today to not get behind on the chat, which, you know, should work about as well as a screen door on a submarine. But hey, I don't know. In the chat, if you want to talk directly to me, here's what you should do. You should type my name. And when you type my name, it's going to highlight in orange. You can put an @ in front of it, but you don't have to. But you do have to spell my name correctly. So it's CiottiFPV, which is right down there. It's the name of the channel. So no excuses. The folks that have done that so far have been Free Range Chicken, LoonFPV, Gary Higgins saying hello, Alexander saying, if you never need some 3D stuff drawn, let me know. I'm updating my CAD software. Alexander, that. Watch what you wish for. If I can remember that, I'm going to bug you at some point for sure. Because you know what I do need, and T-Bird's been working on this, Alexander. I really need a good 45-degree angle UFL holder for the glide frame and maybe even for these some of these micro frames. Something like this. This is a BQE design, and I really, really, really like it. The way that it holds the UFL, it kind of wraps around the UFL, and then you put a couple of zip ties on it, and then the TPU really grips that wire, and you've got a very lightweight but strong. See, what happens when you go crashing through Scraggle, the Scraggle will grab the head of the antennas, and it'll pull them in that direction, you know? So it's the TPU has to kind of wrap around the UFL. And on this particular rig, I'm also using these little antenna tube holders, but usually I don't do that. Usually I just throw the antennas out on the arms or do like a little mini Mortal T. But yeah, I don't have a super dialed in glide mount other than that one. I mean, that one is fine, and Bill from BQE did send me a bunch of extras, so I'm not in like dire need. But yeah, it would be nice to have like a super solid, super simple, just like 2 rear standoffs with a little 45, as light as possible but still somewhat strong piece. So if you're interested, I would absolutely love it, man. LoonFPV says banned for life, menace to the lobby. YouTube did the thing, scrolling back up. Huff19 says hey. J-Drone says hey. Droney5FPV Smith says hello. SSTFPV Banshee Frenzy. Tiago Ramos says vampire. Renegade. Family Guyver. Nacho Suarez. Guillermo Nespolo. Sick of Life. Droney Droid. You will stay on top of chat today. You will sell this house today. You will sell this house today. What movie? You will impress me if you can pick that movie out. Because it's my favorite movie of all time, arguably. What can Sack14 save? LoonFPV. Alexander? Says send me a 3D file. I got nothing, Alexander. I got nothing. SSTFPV says got a list for that build. I don't, but we'll go over it in a minute. I'm gonna highlight that comment so I don't miss it. Doc Murdoch saying, hey, FPV wannabe saying, well, no, you know what? If I go past this comment, I'm gonna forget about it. So this build is the Moongoat frame. Acon Electronics. This is an Acon AK32 ESC. This guy here, the one that I absolutely love, and have put in every single 5-inch rig I've built for the last like year plus. And then it's an Acon F7 30x30. We've got an Immersion RC Tramp VTX, Crossfire Nano, 570 UFL cap, and T-Motor F40 Pro 4s. And then I have a ton of these Runcam Micro Eagles floating around, so I just threw one in there. Not really sure what. I'm not really sure what the deal is going to be with this build. Oh, also Erod Yo TPU. And that's the whole build. Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna really do with this. There aren't fully swung back front arms for this rig, and there are for the Glide. So the Glide is much more versatile in that you can put specific dead cat arms on it and then run like 0-degree up tilt all the way down to and including like 0-degree up tilt on the GoPro without props in view. And that's a big deal if you want to do cinematic stuff, which I do. Having that adjustability, in my opinion, is a big deal. And also the Glide in regular layout with 30 degrees up tilt and the True X arms is a True X. And we always have more weight on the pitch axis, so the True X geometry really does help. This Moongoat and the Apex are Squished X builds, and a Squished X build, it sacrifices that customization for one rig to do as much as possible. So at 30 degrees up tilt, there's no props in view. A lot of times on these Squished X builds, you can come down to even like 20 degrees up tilt and still not get props in view. But you can't really go below 20 usually. You certainly can't go down to 0. So yeah, it's an interesting sort of situation where like and there's pluses and minuses on either side, right? The plus of having a Squished X build is that you don't when you don't have the ability to change the arms and screw up the flight characteristics. The flip side of that being, I've run the dead cat arms on the Glide, and if you add like 5 points of P and D gain on the pitch axis, I can't tell a difference. You can certainly tell a difference when you crash because the front of the canopy is the farthest forward point, so the rig turns to dust if you crash it hard with the dead cat arms on it. But that's not the point. If you're putting those dead cat arms on it, you're doing that to go really slowly, and you're typically not going to be hammering into the concrete in that situation. FPV Wannabe says, what ideal weight before battery would you aim for a fast and durable 3-inch build for acro, mainly flying over grass/woodland? FPV Wannabe, typically, me personally, because I try to get my 3-inch rigs to feel as close as possible to my 5-inch rigs so that there's less of an adjustment period. Look how much better it looks in here now that the sun went behind a cloud. Isn't that crazy? My preferred all-up weight, I don't even know what it is without the battery, but I'm just going to say all-up weight is around 200 to 210 to maybe 220 or so. On a 3-inch prop, that feels absolutely beautiful to me. So yeah, that's always my target. Some people like that infinitely floaty toothpick feel, and you just go lighter for that. But I more like the 5-inch feel of some float, but also some momentum. Toothpicks are just like, it's like driving an RC car around the sky. There's just no momentum at all. Like if you want it to go somewhere, you have to look at where you want to go. And that's just a very different, it's like a tiny whoop flight style, which is not a bad thing. It's just different, and it's not really what I want when I'm flying outside. So Vicious Stitches says, what's up, man? Good to see you as well. Chomper in the house. Frank Nicholas immediately calling, oh, nope, Guillermo beat him to it. Wow, okay, a bunch of you guys got it. American Beauty, yep. SSTFPV says the 3-incher. Oh, this guy. So this is the BQE Ripsqueak that, I mean, this was the build that I was forever working on before I was forever working on the Moongoat. So if you go like a week and a half to 2 weeks back, most of the live streams were surrounding this build. It's a BQE Ripsqueak microframe with RCX 1306 4000 motors. The reason why I went with these motors, these are the biggest motors you can get with 9x9 mounting. And the previous the current production version of this frame does have 9x9 only mount arms. There are prototype arms that went out and just need testing before Bill from BQE orders more, which are 12x12 mount. And I do have a set of those arms. They're going to go on a second one of these builds with the Brother Hobby 1504.5 motors, which are 12 by 12 mount motors, and my favorite micro motors at the moment. So the next Squeak micro build will fly better than this one, because those 1504.5s are a better motor than it's a better motor size than 1306. The rest of this build is RunCam hybrid on board. What the hell? This ESC I would not recommend you get. This is the SpeedX IS-25. I didn't realize that's what it was. The good one is the SpeedX IS-35. So this is just going to be like a torture test of this IS-25, just out of sheer morbid curiosity. This is basically like the budget or the sort of cheapo Squeak micro build, which is kind of annoying because I would rather have put the just an FPV cam in this, but I didn't. I don't know. Maybe I'll pull the RunCam hybrid out of this and put it into the other one that I'm building. I don't know. I'll figure that out. But and then this also has a Talon F4 V1 flight controller in it. You can find these Talon F4 V1 flight controllers for like $20. Well, you could around Black Friday. So this is like a super budget build, other than the RunCam hybrid, I guess, because these RCX motors are like $8 a motor on my RC Mart. And then FR Sky RXSR and a Ishin Nano V1, either V1 or V2. So yeah, other than the RunCam, wow, okay. The fact that this is such a budget, and that IS-25 is like the cheapest of the SpeedX ESCs, at some point I'm going to pull the RunCam hybrid out of here, because this makes a very compelling budget build without the RunCam hybrid. The RunCam hybrid being $90 really kind of throws that out the window, but interesting. Good question. Thanks for making me go down that path of thinking and realize that. Not even being sarcastic. That's I always like my builds to have like a theme. Feels weird to use the word theme there, but you guys know what I mean. Like I like a build like, this is my budget build. This is my this is my top of the line build. Like it helps to have a philosophy behind each build, I think, or not. Fatboy FPV in the house. Vicious Stitches says, who do you like to purchase your True RC antennae from? I've actually been purchasing from True RC because their shipping's not that bad, and they sell their antennas for the same price everywhere. So if I have to buy a bunch, I'll get them direct, or I'll just try to throw them onto a Get FPV or Pyro Drone order. So yeah. Oh, hey, speaking of resellers and customer service and whatnot, they had all the right in the world to do this. I was outside of the warranty period, but I ordered a in the end of the beginning of December. Well, I don't know where it is, but beginning of December on a Race Day Quads order. I ordered a Happy Model V2, Happy Model X V2 AAO board. I finally got around to putting it in a build like last week, and it was bad. The OSD chip is bad. So I messaged RDQ. I said, hey, I've had this. I bought it before Christmas. I finally got around to building it. Busy, blah, blah, blah. On one of my streams, I made sure, of course, that I said on my live streams to give myself a little bit of a better chance. And they got back to me and said, nope, you're outside of the 30 days. You can talk to Happy Model if you want. So I was like, okay, fair enough. And so now I'm telling you guys, do with that as you may. That they have a 30-day return policy. They stuck to it. That's totally fine. I put that I'm a streamer in there for my own benefit, and they didn't bite. And that's fine. Would one of the other resellers have been like, well, yeah, Christmas was kind of nuts, and terrorists did try to take over the government, and it is a happy model product, so it's kind of guaranteed to fail. Yeah, I don't know. Would Get FPV or Pyro Drone have made an exception? Maybe. But I just thought I would let you guys know. Sometimes I actually also like when companies don't like cater to. Yeah, on one hand, when I got that back, I was like, all right, respect. Didn't like treat me any differently, you know, just because I have a live stream. Yeah, it's not a bad thing. I'm not saying this is a bad thing. I'm just giving you guys my experience, and do with that as you may. I see both sides of it. I totally respect one side of it of like, yep, 30 days is plenty of time for you to put this thing into a build and test it out. We don't care, and we don't care that you're a streamer. I also get the other side of it. So no wrong answers. I'm not throwing anybody under the bus. Yeah, we've talked about my experience with customer service with RDQ and Get FPV and PyroDrone in the past, and that customer service experience is a big part of the reason that I order from Get FPV and PyroDrone first, unless there's something I absolutely need. And I'm gonna leave it there before I put my foot in my mouth. Watcan says, looks like a fun setup. Is that what you were flying in the intro? Nope, intro was just a regular old 5-inch glide rig. I don't really have much. I barely have any footage from micros, because they like everything that I've done with micros over the last like year or two has just been testing. So like when I go out to fly a micro, it's not really interesting flying. It's me testing the tune, changing the tune. So it's just a lot of the tuning behaviors of right roll, left roll, front flip, back flip, yaw left, yaw right, full throttle, no throttle. But this year, I'm going to make a very specific effort to fix that and be able to give you guys, hopefully, some really enjoyable freestyle footage with 3-inch rigs and maybe 2.5-inch rigs, maybe even 2-inch rigs, 4-inch rigs. I'm really looking forward to Tommy's new frame with 4-inch arms. Hey, by the way, Tommy doesn't feel, he's not totally convinced on the 4-inch front for his new frame. He really thinks 5 inches the way. A part of that decision is based around efficiency. Everybody, the flavor of the week right now is long range. But I don't think that's really going to survive. So, and I truly think that at 250 grams, a 4-inch propeller is the right balance of float to weight. I actually think that 3.5 inch is the right size, but we don't have any options there. So I would rather have a little bit bigger of a propeller. 250 grams with a 3-inch propeller it's just a little bit too heavy for the prop surface area. 4-inch is more akin to the way that a 5-inch rig feels. And again, I really try to get all of my rigs as close to the 5-inch flight experience as possible, mainly because the 5-inch flight experience is kind of perfect at this point, right? It's had the most R&D, it's had the most time and effort poured into it. So, yeah. And also, if we're going to be bouncing back and forth between micros and 5-inch, like I do constantly, it just really helps for them to feel as similar as possible so that I have less adjustments to make every time I do it. Getting super behind on chat already. Here we go, full speed. SSD said, oh wait, we got that. Watcan says, looks like a fun setup. Okay, moving on. Sick of Life says, 3-inch came out under 140 all up weight. Sounds like a toothpick-ish build. Sick of Life, very cool. Guillermo says, I left my only S-Bus pad on a board. I have to kill Clanman because I hate him. Guillermo's lifting pads. It sounds like ZNJA Beal says, I hope I win the frame because I'm getting an FPV and this will help a lot to build my drone. Sounds good, ZN. Oh, so yeah, so the Moongoat giveaway. Let's do it let's do it when I get caught up on the chat. How about that? When I get caught up on the chat, we're going to do the Moongoat build. It's going to be free to enter. You're going to have to comment on a video, which I thought I left open in a tab, but apparently I went back through. Wait, no, is this it? Please tell me this is it. Nope, that's not it. Okay. I must have thought that I accidentally left the tab open. Yeah, I remember when I did that. I remember closing that tab. Let's see. Is it in here? January 17th, that's today. Nope, that's not it. Balls. I'm gonna find I'm just gonna grab one of my videos with no comments, and I'm just gonna put the link, and then you guys just go leave a comment, and then I can just go to the YouTube comment picker, and that way it'll delete duplicates. It's a weird way to do it, but it's the way that I'm gonna do it. So I'm gonna do that now while I'm answering questions, because I forget. What's up?
Can you try a bite of this?
Yeah.
Let me know how it is.
Kristen's cooking cheesesteak egg roll dumplings.
Turkey burger dumplings.
Oh yeah.
Turkey burger.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Get back in there and do more of that.
It's so good.
Get out of here. Go make more.
It's so good.
Oh my god. That's really good. Oh my god. Stay in there. Don't come out.
It's so good.
You're not allowed out. Maybe ever. Oh my god. This girl can cook, yo. I know I shouldn't talk with my mouth full on stream. It grosses people out. There we go. Damn. I'm hungry too. Tiago says the Talon F4 V1 does not have that crazy motor pad issue. It doesn't, Tiago, but unfortunately it doesn't have black box. So I forgot to mention that. I don't recommend the Talon F4 V1. Although for $20, no, it's not worth it. It's worth $32 to get the F7 MPU 6000, which does have black box, because on well, yeah, so I'm dealing with a tuning issue on this rig right now, and I don't have black box, and it's gonna and I'm gonna piss away a lot more than $10 worth of time. You know what I mean? So yeah, I'm regretting putting that F4 in there, but I'm a cheap bastard. What can I say? Oh, by the way, I'm wearing this shirt in reference to how long it's taken me to get done with the Moongoat. So, getting caught up on chat so that we can do the Moongoat giveaway. The Moongoat giveaway, by the way, is sponsored by God, the company, God Incorporated. And I'll have you know, I've always wanted to say, I have you know, that if you go to CiottiFPV.com and you scroll down a little bit, look at this. Look. Wait, where'd it go? There it is. Look at that. Look at that. I've got an affiliate link now to the God website that you guys can use on CiottiFPV.com. So if you're doing an order from Tommy, which you should be because this frame is going to be dope and he's got all kinds of other amazing stuff, yeah, you can use my link at CiottiFPV.com, and yeah, it'll be great. I can keep doing this for longer, as long as possible. So yeah, head on over to CiottiFPV.com. There's a million different ways for you to support me, or just check out cool shit. I've got some really cool stickers and some weird random hardware on Etsy. Over on Fiverr, I'm helping people fly better, build better, plan their builds out, tune their builds, all kinds of good stuff going over on Fiverr. I've got t-shirts that I've still yet to get myself one of, so if you want to have one of my t-shirts before me, you could do that, and you could just troll me all day, take like a million pictures of yourself with it. And then affiliate links all over the place that, yeah, if you're doing an Amazon order, it doesn't matter what you're ordering on Amazon. If you hit this button to just open Amazon, now all of a sudden your cart has my secret code in it. You don't even need to buy this nut grabber, but you should if you don't have one, because the nut grabber is an infinitely useful object. Yeah, you just, each time before you do an order on any one of these websites, if you hit one of these buttons, I'll get a tiny little percentage of that order, and it'll go towards making this happen long term. So if you want to support me, but you're broke, There you go. Send those affiliate links to everybody you know and tell them what to click. And I'll get thrown in jail. Down at the bottom here, we've also got now a link to FPV Therapy. This is a group over on Facebook that I created about a year ago. Lots of super courageous people over there sharing their stories, just trying to get through each and every single day. I'm trying to do a Thursday stream called Therapy Thursdays. I'm trying to do it every week. It kind of that stream sort of destroys me. It's very, very difficult for me to do that stream. So I missed it this week. It might need to be an every other week thing, but we'll see. Tiago actually let me know there's Dr. K, the gaming guru, I think he's called. That's not what he's called. He's a psychologist who specializes in gaming addiction, and yeah, he's got something cool that when I have the not willpower, but when I have when I'm in a good place, I'm gonna see what I can do about that. Getting in on this program that he's got, so we'll see. There's some stuff that's going to happen with FPV Therapy. My mental health is pretty fragile, just in general. So I have to kind of ease my way into this, so that I don't, so that it can survive. I have to do that with a lot of things in life, including FPV. I just can't. I can't push myself too hard because I will just drive it into the ground. So yeah, when you guys don't hear from me for a couple days, I just have to create some distance every so often, and yeah, it's for the good of it's just what I've learned about my brain and how it works, and pretty often doesn't work. So yeah, join FPV Therapy. If you want to learn more about mental illness, which affects like 1 in 5 people, so like if you know more than 5 people, you know somebody that's really struggling with it more than likely, and it would probably benefit you to know more about that, what they're going through, what to expect, and how you can help them, because one of the things that mental health does is it convinces you that you're all alone and that you can't possibly ask for help. So I can't explain to you how nice it is to have someone offer help, or like see the warning signs in you and like say, hey, what's going on? So yeah, join FPV Therapy if you want to be a better human being here on Earth, where people struggle really, really badly. Some more than others, but struggles are struggles, man. Our brains have a very evil way of making imaginary things very, very real. Yeah, suicide rates are absolutely out of control. Suicide is now killing more people in the U.S. than cardiovascular disease and cancer. And that's fucked up. That's super fucked up. So let's do something about it, right? Let's just not keep ignoring it and just cross our fingers that it goes away, because it's not gonna. Go figure. SSTFPV says, awesome, thank you for the info. I'm so waiting to build a 4S Ripsqueak. 4000 kV is all right then. Yep, 4000 kV is good. Copter612 says, theme takes the cake for corporate douchebag prize. Yeah, I didn't, as that word came out of my mouth, I was like, but, you know. Sick of Life 90 says, best thing about my wife being gone for the day, the CiottiFPV stream goes on in the living room TV. Nice, Sick of Life. I'm huge in Sick of Life's house. Spander says, hey, Eric Allen says, it was nice having family time with you both last night. You guys should do that again. So, what Eric Allen is referring to is, the laptop is being set up more and more and more to replace the desktop here. So, to kind of push myself, to force myself to make sure OBS works on the laptop, because that's been, I've been in OBS here on the desktop for so long that I have like a million different scenes and sources, and like everything's all set up, and I've probably got like 10 hours in total time like setting up OBS here. And I'm going to be using Streamlabs on the laptop, so I have to kind of like redo all that, and that's been like, I don't feel like doing it. So yeah, I forced myself to get the laptop a little bit into a better place, and then we set it up out in the living room on our coffee table and played a game of Ticket to Ride. A bunch of years ago, 4 or 5 years ago, when we were living in Charleston, in a period in my life when I was incredibly broke, I gave up the car / motorsports hobby, and I just looked for like a really inexpensive but fun hobby, and one kind of just smacked me in the face. There was a channel on YouTube called Geek and Sundry, and a new show by Will Wheaton called Tabletop popped up on Geek and Sundry. And if you guys don't know, Will Wheaton is an incredible human being, struggles with mental illness, just like many of us do, and he's just a great guy. He gets a really terrible rap, and he gets a lot of shit, which is a shame, because like as a human being, he's just a beautiful, just person. And it was his show, and he did an incredible job with it, and it surrounds playing board games, but not like Monopoly or Life. More challenging, more interesting board games, like Ticket to Ride, like Carcassonne, like, just search for Tabletop here on YouTube, and you'll find it, and yeah, it's great. So Kristen and I spent a couple years playing a lot of games, a lot of board games, and that was back when we also started playing Diablo 3. And so yeah, last night so on Patreon, one of the perks is daily streams. They're not always FPV related streams, but I am going to try this year to stream every single day for my patrons. And last night was a Patreon only stream. While those streams are live, I am leaving them public, in the hopes that people will come in and see the title of the stream say Patreon only and go, I thought this was Patreon only, and then I can go, yeah, it's not, but I just leave it live so that I can talk to you about this and maybe nudge you to join the Patreon for 10 cents a day. Hopefully that's not an evil thing to do. I don't think it is. But yeah, the replay of that tabletop stream from last night is over on the Patreon page. And I would love to see you over there, because there's all kinds of cool stuff going on, and it's a really, really cool community of people. It's also going to get you into my Discord channel, where you can hang out with some of these awesome folks in the chat some more. Scrolling back up. So yeah, we played a game of Ticket to Ride. We played one of the worst games we have ever played of Ticket to Ride. We both had, usually we don't end up like all up on top of each other like we did last night. But last night we had like two endpoints that we both had to meet that were right on top of each other, and we both realized it early on, and then the whole beginning of the game was just each one of us trying to salvage this terrible setup, and it went very poorly. Usually we score in like the hundreds when we play two-player. Last night we were in like the 50s and 60s. It was pretty brutal. But it was a really good example of like the game, and like Ticket to Ride's a really neat game. It's a really neat balance of like scoring points now, but also like planning 20 steps out. It's a really fun game. It's Kristen's favorite of all the board games that we've ever played, and I think it's my second favorite. I think Carcassonne is my top. But yeah, it's fun. It's super fun. If you haven't checked out any of these new school board games, and you're into gaming, like video gaming, I think you're gonna like them. They force you to work in 3 dimensions with your hands and fingers, and like it's just a very nice sort of experience in life to just shut everything off, put some music on maybe, or put a live stream on, and play a board game with your loved one or loved ones. It's a very simple, like, genuine, real thing to do, and it feels good afterwards. It's one of those things that you do in life that you're like, afterwards you're like, yeah, I did that. I didn't just do the same thing that I've done every day, right? I don't know. It's good. Do it. Or else. I threaten you guys a lot, man. I hope... I've had like 1 or 2 people that have misunderstood it. And I've been like, fuck those people. But, I don't know. Maybe I should threaten you guys less. Eric Allen says, oh wait, no, we got that. Don Ladd says, I'm here, had to put dinner out. Don, you asked me something in Joshua's chat, and I saw it as it scrolled off the top of the screen, and I was trying to get mine set up. If you remember what it was, ask me again, because I hate leaving people hanging. Toxic FPV says, you really think the Miata would have an advantage going down the tail of the Dragon against an RX-8? Yeah, absolutely, Toxic. I wouldn't have to shift gears all the way down, and handles like it's on rails. Yeah, although the Gap Jedi, the fastest like documented rip on the Dragon was in a FD3S RX-7 on 295 with A6s. But yeah, the Miata is a real weapon downhill on the tail. Just weight. I mean, my Miata is at like 2,050 pounds, and it's on 225 with 200 tread wear. Like it'll pull like 1.7 G lateral static. It's just a weapon. I mean, it used to be a weapon. Now it doesn't really exist anymore. But yeah, if it ever does exist again, and I've got 10 plus years into motorsports and instruction and all that shit, so I can wheel it pretty competently. All that being said, anytime that I ever feel like I'm getting competitive on a mountain road, I will just back off as early as I can bring myself to do it. The red mist will... I have a bunch of videos here on YouTube where the red mist descends pretty good, and Brad Gates and I go pretty mental on US 421 the Snake. But yeah, other than that, I mean, Brad really would bring out the... Brad Gates is a driver that organized Miatas in Boone, a big event in Boone, North Carolina, and he's arguably the best driver I've ever met, hung out with, room full of trophies from, he grew up in California and got into road racing, and yeah, whole room full of trophies, and then moved out here and just hammers the Appalachian roads. So yeah, there's that. No more car talk. Maybe. Davar PV says, if I post a picture of my newly finished 5-inch Apex, can you critique it for improvements? Sure, Davar. To post a picture, you're going to have to head over to the Discord channel. But yeah, in the Discord channel, you can post a picture and then just tag me again, tell you when you have, and I'll take a look. Tiago says, send that AIO here so I can torture it under the hot air. That's why I can't find it, Tiago, because I put it aside to send to you. Oh, I put it in your bag of 1507s that I'm going to send to you. And I'm going to find some more. Tiago got a hot air station, so he's wanting to see if he can repair some components. So I'm going to see if I can find some components that I've had like multiples fail, and then send it to him, and he can see if there's a way to combine 2 blown up ESCs into 1. Because that's what you do when you get a hot air station. You're like, oh, I can fix shit now. Family Guyver says, a store credit would have been acceptable. Yeah, true. Guillermo, I'm not going to read that out loud. Copter 612 says, Heli Nation helped me out with a Talon board that didn't have onboard flash after it had sat on my shelf for a few months. Heli Nation is one of the best. I agree. I forget about Heli Nation. I think Mike Chin even just like last week got me I gotta pull. Heli Nation is a great shop, and they're the ones that make the Talons. I think Mike Chin hooked me up with like a discount code for you guys for Heli Nation, and I completely fucking forgot. I was such a shitbag. But thank you for reminding me. I'm gonna scroll down here and find the conversation with Mike and leave it opened so that, yeah, there it is. Ha! Oh, that's just for me. Is there a code that giving to fans for a discount as well, or is this just for me? Because I literally don't know. So yeah, super cool. If you don't know, Mike Chin is a super awesome dude. He does a lot of like customer support stuff for TBS and I didn't even realize, but Heli Nation as well. Just a super good dude. One of the many super awesome people in FPV. Vicious Stitches says, just another reason I won't be purchasing from them anytime soon. I like RDQ, but come on, it's easy to take care of customers. Yeah, Vicious, that's kind of how I felt too. Like, I get it. I get that, like, where does it end, right? Like, you make an exception for one person, you got to make an exception for everybody, right? Like I totally get that, and I totally respect that. But at the same time, like, yeah, it's happy it's a happy model board. Like, just because I noticed that it wasn't blown up, right? Like, I don't know. Gary Higgins says, yeah, Pyrodrone has went well out of their way to help replace things for me. Awesome customer support. You know, that's what it is. Gary, yeah, that's what it is. It's that Pyrodrone and GetFPV, they go out of their way. Just like Gary said, they go completely out of their way to make it right and to hook you up. So that when somebody doesn't do that, it's hard because it's like, well, fuck them, but at the same time, you got to be realistic and be like, no, don't fuck them. Like, they're just not as good. That's what it is, right? RDQ didn't do anything wrong. They're just not as good as GetFPV and Pyrodrone. Straight up, Pyrodrone and GetFPV have decided, well, we're gonna kick RDQ's ass when it comes to customer service, and they have. And it sounds like Heli Nation maybe has as well. So yeah, it's let's not be negative on RDQ. Let's just give a huge shout out to the people that are going well out of their way to make it right, because that makes a big difference. You know, like this was like a $40-something board, and that's just gone. You know, that's like $47 or whatever it cost, just gone forever. And I know to a company that doesn't matter, you know, that's small potatoes to a company or even to, you know, people that have money. But that's a lot to me. You know, $47 is a hit to me. And yeah, I wish I'd bought it from GetFPV or Pyrodrone. Family Giver says, what do you think of the Lumineer Code Red 3-inch build on GetFPV? It looks nice. From what I remember, that's a racing build, Family Giver, and well, let me take a look. Because let's not demonize race builds for micros, because the RunCam Hybrid fits on board. So a certain type of race build could be kind of interesting. So this is a Stretched X race build. So with an onboard RunCam Hybrid, there's going to be acres of prop in view. There might even be motor in view. So for me, I don't really have any interest in this, because in my opinion, this is a hardcore 100% race build. Not a freestyle build. You also can't mount the battery on top of this, which I don't like. I just don't like the way bottom mount batteries feel. I also don't like the way that they crash. So yeah, not for me. But if you're looking to build a hardcore 3-inch race rig, yeah, interesting looking frame. It's got that vertical carbon thing going on. Not much motor protection. I don't love that. if you're crashing on concrete, you're gonna chew through motors like crazy. But other than that, looks okay. Interesting thing that they did here with the TPU side plates, so they could keep the amount of carbon down. That's kind of neat. Yeah, not a bad little frame. Neat looking. God, nope. Well, now you guys get the discount code too. Oh wait, no. He put it on my account. It's not a code. He put it on my account. I gotta be careful with that. My God. Dauntless says, hello from the middle of nowhere. I'm in a forest. What are you doing in a forest? Doc Murdoch says, I've run GemFan 4052 props on 2205 2300s on 3S and have flown pretty good. Have you tried the 4052 props and on what motors? I haven't, Doc. I've only tried the GemFan 40 whatever. The GemFan has a 3-blade current generation. That GemFan 4052 was an OG old school GemFan prop. I've only tried their current like new 4-inch prop, and it was phenomenal. 4052, that's a lot on a 2205 motor though. That's great. So yeah, you've got those props are perfect for that setup that you've got going there, Doc Murdoch. I don't know if I'll ever have that big of a motor to turn a 4052 prop. But yeah, you know, I have those propellers. I have those 4052 propellers somewhere. So at some point I'll throw them on a rig because it looks like 4 inches is going to get a little bit bigger. Docs, everybody keep quiet so we can do the giveaway. License to Drive says, have you seen this madness F1 car sized race drone concept? I have. Yep, I have. The full size quad thing is terrifying to me. Watcan says, give some food away with the giveaway. No, that's a terrible idea. Maybe I'll throw in some Reese's. No, I can't throw anything in. It'll melt and explode. Fly High Wisconsin says, I have a question. I put tracer on my quads. 2 of the 3 have no issues, but on my Nazgul 5, it doesn't show 99 on RSSI, and I had failsafe less than 100 yards away. Any ideas? Fly High, that's been a thing. I've heard this kind of a scary. I know that a lot of people are buying tracer, but I've heard of a lot of fail-safes with tracer. I mean, if you've got 2 rigs that are good to go, what I would do is just pull the receiver, just swap the receivers, right, and see if the problem moves with the receiver. It will, more than likely. At which point, I mean, you've done it 3 times. So I'm gonna assume that you didn't screw it up the 3rd time. You know what I mean? Like I'm gonna assume that you did the setup the same all 3 times. So yeah, probably not user error. At which point it's kind of like, well, I guess maybe something on the rest of that rig is causing an issue, but it's not. But you can be sure of that by swapping them. I would actually just get in touch with whoever you bought it from and just tell them it's failed and you need a new one. And just tell them exactly what you just told me. I have 3 of these. I did 3 builds. 1 of them ain't working. The other 2 are fine. You can't really argue with that, right? Like, so yeah, get in touch with whoever you bought it from and hopefully they'll swap you out. There's T-Bird. T-Bird says she should kick your ass. LoonFPV says $221,431 from a small shit mining run on Star Citizen long gone. LoonFPV is all about Star Citizen. If you guys are Star Citizen fans, talk to LoonFPV. He's always playing that game. Joni Droid says you should use those cuss words while chewing your food. That'll get him going. Piss off everybody. FPV Wannabe says, Trappy says there's a bug, fixed next week. That's right, yeah, Joshua was talking about it. My fucking nose itches so bad. It's from all the cocaine that I snort up there. Yeah, Joshua was talking about there's apparently a bug in Tracer. Interesting that there wasn't a bug on these 2 rigs, but there was on the 3rd, right? That's weird, but hey, bugs are weird. JFPV says, what's good? Chris Mel FPV says, how are things? I've been whooping indoors because this winter thing. I'm getting better. Nice, Chris Mel. Chris, did you try any of my tricks, like lowering your RC rate really, really low to make the center of the stick really, really sensitive? Well, the opposite of that, actually. T-Bird says, what is the Moongoat link for entry? I'm going to post a link as soon as I get caught up on chat, and you guys are going to have to comment on that video. JFPV says, we love you. RawPixFPV says, super interested by your therapy streams. Must be super tough. It's even hard to think about it. Yeah, that's why this week's didn't happen, because it was hard to think about. I was having a really hard time. In order to do those streams, I have to be in a pretty good place mentally, and this week I was not, and it's very important for me to realize that one of the very simple things that I've learned is just I have to be more conscious of my mental state. I can't just white knuckle it. I can't just go, nah, I'll be fine. Like, nah, I'll be fine. Like, sometimes, yeah, okay. But I've had to kind of, like, when I say that, like, in my own head, like, you'll be okay, just push yourself. I've gotten better at hearing myself say that and be like, well, hold on. Like, let's not, because I'm just saying that as, like, a reflex, right? Like, which I think we all do. There's no reason to not stop for 30 seconds and go, okay, well, am I actually okay? Or am I just saying that and I'm gonna push myself to this point of destruction? And that's kind of the pushing yourself to the point of destruction ends up losing you so much more time than if you'd caught it ahead of time and said, you know what, let me just not do this today and maybe tomorrow will be better. Versus, no, let me just push myself, and I push myself into a depressive spiral that lasts a week and a half, and I can't function as a human being for an entire week and a half, and all the streams suck. I cancel as many of the streams as I possibly can because that shitty part of my brain is in, like, you know, panic mode and survival mode, right? So, yeah, it is really hard to think about. But to talk about in front of hundreds of people, respect. Yeah, I'm not talking about it in front of hundreds of people though. Raw picks. I'm talking about it in front of hundreds of friends. I've changed the way, you know. I when I start the streams, I call you guys friends because you are. You guys have become my friends through these streams, right? I don't know what any of you look like. Some of you, I don't even know your real names. I just know your YouTube names. But that shit doesn't matter anymore, right? It's 2021. Like, friend, it has a very different definition now than it did 10 years ago, right? When we all grew up, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, whatever. So yeah, that's kind of the only reason that I can do it. Is because of the safe space that you guys have provided here as well. And that's pretty fucking cool, man. Last week, there was some, you know, negative comments that we talked about and that were driving me crazy. But it doesn't happen much, right? And that's very cool. And when it does happen, you guys are pretty good about, like, just being like, dude, get the fuck out of here. Like, this is not the place for you. And that's a big deal. That allows me to be much more comfortable and share more with you guys. And when I do that, like, the more that I do that, the more you guys are just like, dude, I love that other thing that you did. Yeah, keep it up. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying, man. I'm trying to figure out how it all kind of fits in. And mental health and therapy is something that I've devoted a lot of hours of my life to by going to talk therapy, by just being interested in it and reading about it, and being on medications, going to a psychologist to try the medication route. And I think when you do something a lot in your life and you gain some sort of expertise or just, you know, you get good at it or whatever, I think it's cool to then share that with other people. that you can move them along a little bit more, right? That's where this whole live stream and all this shit came from, is a want to dump all the knowledge that I've accumulated over the last 4 years about micros, which are kind of misunderstood and underrepresented in the world of FPV. And that just blew up into something pretty special. So, yeah, thank you guys, big time for, yeah, you guys do a lot without realizing it. And it's funny because that wording was sent to me by Tiago in a conversation. He told me that I do a lot without even realizing it, and it hit me. And it's funny, just now, those are the words that came pouring out of my mouth in reference to you guys. So yeah, thanks guys. It's pretty cool. You guys make this so much more tolerable. A very strange wording for that, but I think you guys know what I mean. Rawpick says, "Hope it helps you too, though." It does. It does. It's incredibly draining, but it does help quite a bit. With mental health, one of the things that helps it most, 99.9% of the times, is talking about it. And yeah, I have to do that for an entire hour on those streams, so it does help for sure. Rawpicks, Maz says, take the time you need. Sounds awesome though. You will help so many people. Not enough people pay attention to mental health. I agree, Maz. Thanks, brother. Dauntless says, I completely understand. Don't act like this. I completely understand. Don't act like this isn't a demanding job you have. Yeah, that's true. It's my brain will go to this place of just like, dude, it's just a live stream. You're just like talking to people or whatever. But at the end of these, I'm shot, right? Like, just try talking for an hour straight with no gaps. Like, you'll be exhausted at the end of it. I was in sales, so I for a long time in my career, so I did it a lot. And then I was in project management, so I did it a lot. I would be on calls for 5, 6, 7 hours a day some days. So yeah, my career has kind of gotten me ready for it in this weird way, but it's still exhausting. Also, just thinking, right? Just thinking through and troubleshooting for a long period of time. It's tiring. It's what I did as a job, right? As a project manager, my job was to talk to people and troubleshoot shit. So like, that's what I'm doing now. I used to do it in an office with multi-billion-dollar client. Like, one of my clients was Chipotle for the most recent job I was at, right? So the stakes were a little different, but stakes aren't any different. Stakes are the same, just different clients. You guys are my clients now. Stakes are still high though, because I want to do a good job, and I want to, I just want to do a really, really good job. JFPV says, just auto scan, you'll be okay. Vicious Stitches says, Ticket to Ride is an amazingly fun game. It is indeed. Oh, farts. YouTube did the thing. Scrolling back up. Okay, I'm actually going to get caught up on chat now because I am getting more and more behind, and we need to do the Moongoat giveaway because then we need to finish the Moongoat because I said I was going to finish it today. So, here we go again. Let's see if it works this time. Alexander says, American Beauty movie reference from earlier. That's the one. Sick of Life 90 says, do you have Munchkin? If you don't, can I buy it for you? Other name, because that'd be awesome. Sick of Life, you're gonna hate me for this, but I actually don't like Munchkin. We bought Munchkin. Wait a second. I think I have Munchkin for sale. Do you want to buy my Munchkin? Wait, this is not how you get caught up on chat. You don't get caught up on chat by hiding under your desk.
That's what I'm doing.
Kristen's gonna distract me now. Oh my god, it's a good distraction though. Oh, fucker. Can you make all of them?
I'm making
Is there
like
enough?
60 or 70 dumplings.
You guys don't get any of these dumplings. They're all for me.
These have American cheese, the other ones have Swiss.
I'm gonna eat them.
I don't know what you're saying. I don't like it. Don't be mean.
Huh?
I'm not gonna give you any of these dumplings.
You gotta sleep at some point.
I'll hide the dumplings.
All right, caught up on chat for the giveaway. If you're new here, this is pretty normal. This is how it goes. I really do love answering every single question that you guys tag me in, but I talk too much. I don't like to just give quick answers. I like to actually talk through answers. It's kind of why I've chosen live streams instead of 5-minute edited videos. So, yeah. Yeah, I do. I don't like. I've played Munchkin 10, 15 times, and I just, for whatever reason, don't enjoy it. I just don't. It's just not my thing, and that's okay. Journey 5 FPV Smith says I won. What'd you win? FPV Wannabe says all on top of each other. Too much information. Pile of Carbon with 50 sexes. Thanks for the sex, Pile of Carbon. He says for the health insurance. Keep up the great content. Let's do the conversion to USD, and we are gonna go up by $6, 6 American dollars. Thank you, brother. That's gonna bring us to 155 out of $1 million, because that's how much health insurance costs in the U.S. $1 million. Thank you, Pile of Carbon. Super cool of you. Thanks for the support. Journey Smith says, my eBay auction for new Fat Shark HDO with rapid fire. Wow, $234. Yeah, guys, now is the time to buy used Fat Sharks. I mean, it's been the time since DJI came out, but yeah, man, used Fat Sharks. God damn, HDOs with rapid fire for $234. That's a great deal. Tom Wolber with a $4.99 super chat. He says, oh, hi, Tom Wolber. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. You didn't specifically call out health insurance, so I'm going to take your $5 and I'm just going to put it towards bills and whatnot. If you guys want to do super chat specifically towards the health insurance, you got to call out in the super chat. That's just sort of the way it is. It all goes towards bills. Like, I'm not at a point where yeah, it all goes towards bills. But hopefully there will be a point where I can do this. This is wait, no, getting caught up on chat. Pile of Carbon says, got my parents into board games. Holidays have become 10 times less stressful. Yes, Pile of Carbon. Oh my God, that's such a good point. You can play your parents will love playing board games with you. They won't understand Ticket to Ride or Carcassonne, but just it's fine. It's better than them telling you about how great Donald Trump is. Don Ladd says, don't remember, can't be important. Yeah. Remy Tim says, wow. And Owen Wilson's voice. So much daylight. So you're not a vampire? Also, hey, CiottiFPV. What's up, Daniel? Johnny Droid says, we're about a half an hour behind in the chat. CiottiFPV will never catch up. Bullshit. Johnny Droid posted that at 3:44. Oh, yeah, I'm a half an hour behind. Oh, not quite, but... Mason Storm says, the guys at Brain FPV fixed my Radix 2 and sent it back. That's pretty cool, Mason. I've heard about that. I've heard about them doing that. Yeah. Brain FPV is in Oregon. So if you get a Brain flight controller that breaks, you don't even have to worry about this, like, oh, will they exchange it? Won't they exchange it? They're just going to fix it. You're going to send them the physical thing back, and they're going to fix it and send it back to you. Isn't that an insane thing to happen in 2021 with everything else in life being disposable, right? What is this, a car? Christ, even cars are disposable to people nowadays. People like lease a car and it's like, oh, it broke down, I don't want it anymore. It's a $10,000 penalty, I don't care, I don't want it, it broke down, it must be garbage. Give me another one, a different one. It's bananas. That's awesome, Mason. Very, very cool. Journey Droid says, CiottiFPV doesn't want his bottom mounted. I don't like how it feels. Grumpy FPV says, how do I enter the giveaway? Grumpy FPV, as soon as I get caught up on chat, I'm going to drop a link to one of my videos that has no comments, and then you guys can all just throw a comment in there, and then I can do the comment picker and somebody will win a Moongoat frame, which is sponsored by God. Tommy and I forget his name. Tommy and his guy that always runs camera. His voice you can sometimes hear in the background of his videos. Reached out to me and said, "Hey, you want to do a Moongoat giveaway?" I said, "Who would say no to that?" And they said, "Cool, do it." So I'm gonna do it. Killer B FPV says, "Do you feel motor size 1507 3100 kV for a 6S Cinewhoop, all up weight 680 grams, GoPro battery, etc. Okay for that weight?" Sort of, Killer B. 1507s like a year ago were the best motor option that we had available for that, for a setup just like what you're talking about. Today, we have, in my opinion, much, and in my experience, much better motor options. For something that's that, I mean, 680 grams is a lot for a 3-inch propeller. So I would actually have you go all the way up to a 2204, which is Kebab's new motor, the new FPV cycle. On the website, it says 2203, but it's actually a 2204. That motor is going to fly light years better than a 1507, and it's going to run infinitely cooler. It's going to be easier to tune. It's going to be, it's not really going to be smoother. It's going to have infinitely better throttle response and throttle feel, though. So yeah, 1507s, they were kind of like a little bit of a stopgap. Like, what motor can we make quick for this new revolution of Cinewhoops? But it wasn't a thought out. It wasn't a thoroughly R&D'd motor size. Yeah, if they'd really done that, they wouldn't have done 1507s. They would have done 2204s. They would have done 2004s, 2005s. And that's the industry is finally sort of caught up, and we now have those motor options. So, yeah. Do that. Vern Kelk says, my mom says hi too. Hi, Vern's mom! Brandon's Baked Beans says, hair looking amazing. Yo, I need a haircut. This shit's, it's getting to that point where it's going to look real Ace Ventura-y, which I'm okay with. Womb FPV says, did you see the LEDs in the motors? I did. It should look great if you can use clear props with some white tape or chrome spray pattern on the top. Yeah, that was pretty cool. I saw that on Joshua's stream. It'll be about 10 minutes before half the motors coming out have LEDs in them, which I love that idea. Here's the thing I don't love, though, about the LEDs in the motors. So I run ARM LEDs on most of my rigs, and they light up the propeller. They shine right up into the spinning propeller, right, and it looks super cool. But for whatever reason, if I don't want to have these LEDs lit up, I just take a piece of black electrical tape and I just do a quick little wrap around the arm, and I can like shut off my ARM LEDs. If there's LEDs in the motors, you can't shut those off. So like if for whatever reason I took this rig on like a commercial shoot or whatever that had multiple cameras, they wouldn't want the drone all lit up like a Christmas tree. They're going to want the drone to be as invisible as possible because the drone's not the subject, right? The car or the person or whatever is the subject. So yeah, the LEDs in the motors, you can't turn them off. So that's never going to be like a working rig, right? It's never going to be like a cinematic-ish rig, which is not the end of the world, but just something to think about. Other than that, I love the idea. Test Pilot ERB in the house. Willie says, I got a Nazgul 5V2 recently, and I've tried it. I've tried it at my home. After 10 seconds in angle mode, the motors get hot. What do I do to have cooler motors? Angle mode doesn't, like, angle mode is its own separate kind of thing. I have no clue how to troubleshoot angle mode, to be honest with you. I don't know if it uses a PID loop or what the hell it does, but and I think you're going to have a hard time finding anybody that knows how to tune angle mode. If you flip it into acro, though, and it's getting hot motors, now I can help you tune it, Willie. But yeah, I don't know a thing about angle mode and how it works. I would do this though, as like a starting point for any kind of motor heat issues. Pull your propellers off, plug it into Betaflight, put a battery on it, and spin each motor up individually in Betaflight, and just listen. And you can also put your hand on the quad. You're trying to feel if one motor has more vibrations than another. If it does, that motor's bad, and swap it out, and that will more than likely fix up the issue that you've got. Droney says, stop posting for the giveaways, guys. Sick of Life 90 says, we're all friends now, prepare for selfies. Gary Higgins says, you're in my home all the time, I consider it a friend. See, there it is. Test Pilot ERB says, you my buddy. Chris McGiffin, sorry Chris, says, do you like the 4Ride on 4S or 3S? And have you tried the GNB 3S 1100 mAh 120C? I really prefer 4S pretty much across the board. It's going to be more efficient than 3S. And like the only time that I would run 3S over 4S is if I wanted to run a 3S 350 mAh battery. Because a 4S 350 mAh battery is going to be heavier, right? 33% heavier. And we really, like, batteries don't really do well below 350 mAh, right? So the only real reason for me to run 3S is if the only available 4S batteries are too heavy. Other than that, I'm just going to run 4S. Also, because you're typically going to have more. It is a pretty individual decision. If you have all your rigs are on 3S, then stick with 3S, right? But most of my stuff is up on 4S with micros. So for me, it makes more sense to get as much stuff on 4S as possible, rather. Popular, Jesus. I've tried the 4S version of that GNB battery, and it's great. I'm sure the 3S version is almost as great, just with a tiny little bit less efficiency. At high throttle, it's going to have a little bit less efficiency. At like mid to low throttle, they're kind of going to be the same. Chris McGiffin says, we got that. Shameless FPV says, we're all friends. Espander says, how far behind are you on right now? Tell them to stop tagging you because I want that Moongoat. 3:59, Espander said that, so I'm only 18 minutes behind. Getting there, we're getting there. Scroll. Abraham with a $4.99 super chat. He says, if one really enjoyed your content and wanted to support you, is there a website where one could find all the ways to do so? Much love, man. Thanks, Abraham. And the website that Abraham is hinting at is CiottiFPV.com. Go over there. A million cool things going on, or else I'll hunt you down and give you smooches in public. Lazy Plumber with a $5 super chat. He says, keep it up, man. Thanks, Lazy Plumber. What? Nathan Hawk says, my cat just died. Nathan, dude, I'm sorry, brother. That's mega. That's brutal. Nathan, if you need anything, man, FPV therapy, just reach out to me. If there's anything I can do, there's nothing I can do to ease the hurt of that, other than tell you that I lost my best friend in the world 3 or 4 years ago, and it just destroyed me for weeks and weeks and weeks. But the memories of that pain have faded, and the memories of all the times that Beta made me laugh are here forever. So it's gonna suck for a while, brother, but it's gonna pass, and you're gonna have all the good memories. It's one of the things that our brains do an okay job with, is kind of deleting the bad memories. It's one of the reasons why people with depression have I have big gaps in my memory. Periods that I was in depressive states, my brain, is like, hey, that's all negative stuff. Let me delete that so that you don't go completely crazy, and so that you're only partially crazy. Drone Pilot says, my daughter has mental health issues. The meds the doctor prescribed made her useless as a person. CBD full spectrum has changed her life. Years of pain we went through, still monitor. Careful with meds, guys. There's going to be an the FPV therapy stream this week, Thursday therapy stream this week was supposed to be about medication. So that's probably going to be next week. I've been through it. I spent 3 years on meds, and there are some positives, there are some negatives. it's easy to. I try to talk about the positives as much as possible because there's a lot of people that they really do help, but you have to keep your eyes open, and it's very easy to not have that happen. Maniac FPV says, you know what doesn't help mental health? Forgetting a goddamn SD card as you show up to your spots. Maniac, that makes you sad, but it has nothing to do with mental health. In theory. Devar PV says, when is Betaflight 4.3 coming? Absolutely no idea. I have no ins to Betaflight, but I did put 4.3, the unreleased 4.3 onto a. What did I put? I don't even remember what I put it on. I might have put it on this. I gotta actually look that up. If it's on this, it might be a part of the tuning problem. God damn it. I put it on something recently. Oh! I put it on the Cinesplorer, and it flies great. So, I don't know. Vicious Stitches says, do you want to buy my Munchkin? Golden stream moment. JFPV says, there goes CiottiFPV. Laughing from the other room, Lazy Farmer says. Scroll. Alexander says, 130 watching. Think of it like a lecture hall in college, and you are in front. Nervous? Not really. I've been a musician since like 9 years old, and when you're a musician growing up, you have to do concerts in front of auditoriums full of people. So yeah. Vicious Stitches says, I don't even want to read this out loud, but I will. What happened to the BattleBots fund? LOL. On one of the streams from earlier this week, the chat just decided at random, seemingly, that I was going to be building a BattleBot, and yeah, nothing could be farther from the truth. But whatever makes you guys happy, man. Wooma FPV says, oh, we got that. Brad Anderson with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, brother. He says 1% towards the BBF. You have to get Josh as a co-captain. 1% towards the BBF. What's BBF? BBF. And I need to get Josh as a co-captain. BBF. What the hell's BBF? You know you're old when you have to search YouTube for acronyms. Back button focus, bad boyfriend, broadband forum, ball. Oh, I'm not gonna read that one. What the hell's BBF? Why am I so dumb? Why am I such an unintelligent human being with acronyms? BBF. What is BBF? Figure it out eventually. Thank you for the support, Brad Anderson. There's probably 7,000 chat comments right now telling me how dumb I am, and BBF means black box FUPA. I don't know. 1% towards the BBF. Fuck. What is it? Look at this. Look at the state of the side of my head. Scroll. Vicious Stitches says, Brad Anderson, ha ha ha. Vicious Stitches knows what BBF means. Dauntless FPV says, get your hands on those new FPV Cycle Imperial motors. Yeah, I know. They showed up at the store, showed up on the store, but he hasn't published the video on his channel yet. It's their normal 5-inch motor. I'm very interested, but they have not been designed for, they've not been designed to be abused. And I'm skeptical when that happens. So I'm tempted, and I'm also not in a place to really be spending money right now, which kind of makes the situation easy. I think I'm gonna sort of just wait a little bit and make sure that people don't go, oh my god, these exploded on my first crash. I'm sure that they won't, but I just know that Kebab doesn't crash like I do. It's just not his flight style, and that's really important. When you buy a branded product, well, when you buy any product, you need to think about like who was involved in the prototype testing of that product. Who was it designed for? You know what I mean? Yeah, that makes a big difference, and it's really important to do that, because if you buy a product that somebody who flies completely opposite of you designed, there's a good chance that it's not going to work for your specific use. And even though you might like that person, that's not going to make that product any better for your particular usage, right? I hate to pick on him, but the steel motors kind of come to mind, right? Steel does not crash super hard, so his motors do not seem to crash all that well. Go figure. You might love steel as a pilot, but if you crash a lot, just blindly running his motors is going to be very expensive for you, and that's been the situation that I've seen with a bunch of people over the years. So yeah, you gotta put your love of someone aside sometimes, right? Yeah, I don't know. Dauntless FPV says, I'm excited to see what I will make with the 1202 1/2s. I'll send them eventually, Dauntless. They're here. They're here somewhere. They're in the queue of things that need to get sent out. Family Guyver says, did you see the pre-built 3-inch Lumineer Code Red on Get Up? Oh, we talked about that. Wow. I'm not that far behind, am I? I feel like I answered that like a half an hour ago. Family Guy, I think you may have missed my answer to that. It's in here. I don't know how far back to tell you to go, man. I'm sorry. But I did answer that. It seems okay. It's a bottom mount battery I don't love, and it's a full-on race rig. So I don't really have an interest in it. But if that's what you're looking for, is a full tilt race rig, it looks pretty good. Freeloader says, good morning, afternoon, and everything. Grumpy FPV says, if there was an Olympic sport for talking, you would win gold. YouTube did the thing. Scrolling back up. Scroll. And, I'm not bad. I'm not that far behind. Giveaway coming soon. Anybody still here? 133. Wow, you guys stuck around. You guys really must want a $100 frame for free. I feel bad holding you guys hostage sometimes, but I'm not going to stop doing it. That's all I got. That's all the leverage I got. Chris McGiffin says, thanks for the great info and thanks for the answer. You're certainly welcome, my friend. Vicious Stitches says, BattleBot Fund. Dauntless FPV says, Beba Flight. We're getting here. Oh, PVF is BattleBots Fund. You fuckers. You bastards. God damn it. 1% towards the PVF. You have to get Joshua as a co-captain. Yo, building a BattleBot would be super fun, but I'm a huge BattleBots fan. I've watched since Robot Wars way back when, which is like the BBC version of BattleBots. I've watched this current version that we have of BattleBots, all 3 seasons. Like episode 1, season 1, I was all over it. I just happened to catch it on the torrent site that I'm on. And yeah, they have a Facebook group with all kinds of like insider info, which is interesting. I know enough about BattleBots to know that I know what the budget is behind it, and it's not a CiottiFPV budget. That's fine. But man, that would be such a fun. If I had like friends that see, that's the key, right? You have to either own or build a team with people that have a CNC shop like that. That is absolutely crucial to building a BattleBot that's gonna have any chance. And that's not me. But man, that would be fun as shit, right? To design, to take a 250-pound weight limit and like very few other rules. Like the rules are pretty open, and just design something to mangle other chunks of 250 pounds of death. Like, that's what I'm fucking talking about, man. That's a hobby right there. Yeah. Thanks, chat, for... Looks like it was Remy Tim. Best buds for life. For calling me out on that one. UAV Tech in the house. Everybody say hey to UAV Tech. Go over and subscribe. Also, hit his Patreon. Mark Spatz. Mark Spatz is UAV Tech. He's doing some awesome stuff over on Patreon, and I absolutely love being a patron of his, and you should be too. He says angle mode tuning is just the same as rate. Is just the same as rate mode. The only difference is your sticks do not directly control the set point. The set point, target rotational rate, is controlled by a loop against the accelerometer. Wow. I can't wrap my head around that while the camera is on me. But, okay, so angle mode tuning is just the same as rate mode. Okay, so angle mode tuning is the same. Okay, so the suggestion that I gave to whoever it was that was having the hot motors in angle mode, that suggestion that I gave you still stands. That's still always going to be step one. The motors are where most of the vibes come from, and the vibes are what cause hot motors typically. So yeah, check your motors, see if they're balanced, and then increase your filtering would be the easiest next step. If you're still out there, message me and we can work together on it. Or there's lots of hot motor info out there, and lots of different ways to attack it. On my Patreon page, I have a couple articles like step-by-step kind of walkthroughs. But yeah, I mean, if you guys message me, I'll always walk you through that stuff one-on-one. Or you can go over to Fiverr and pay me if you want to have a half an hour of one-on-one time. Whatever works for you guys. June Logo says, when will you release your own motors? That would be sick. I don't, man, June Logo, I would love to, but I don't know. We'll see. If a motor manufacturer approaches me and says, "Hey, we want to make a motor together," I will jump off the roof in excitement. But don't. If I were you guys, I would not hold your breath for any products for me to be tied to. I think I'm a little bit too opinionated for most of these manufacturers. And like, yeah, I don't know. I can be a little bit of a polarizing person, which is not great for manufacturers to be tied to. That is who I am as a human being. I'm not going to change that for FPV. I'm not going to change that to be more successful or to make more money or any of this shit. I'm just going to be me. That's one of the big driving factors of not going back into an office where I can make a really good amount of money, is that I can come here and not... I can come in front of you guys and be me. The fact that I can be myself and have this ship almost floating is a big part of what makes it worth it for me to continue doing this. If I never make great money at this, I'm okay with that because I'm able to be myself, and I enjoy that. Working in an office job as a project manager requires a lot of restraint in a lot of different ways, and I have to, and I really feel like I'm sort of selling my soul doing that for most companies. If I can find the right company, it'll be very different. I've worked at companies where I don't feel like that at all. But that was only once. That was one company in a sea of about 15 that I've worked for that I actually felt like that. All the rest, it's pretty demoralizing, if I'm honest. But hey, if you're going to make a whole bunch of money, a lot of times you have to do shit that you don't want to. I mean, that's a good description of work in general, but I think you guys know what I mean. Dauntless FPV says, watch William Osman's second to latest video. He bought a Battle Bird, and they're $20,000 to make. William bought one for $6,000. Yeah, I saw that, Dauntless. I saw that he bought that. It's not a competitive bot that he bought, unfortunately. The competitive bots are, yeah, a lot. I think the reason why that rig was only $6,000 is that it's a rig that's the way that the treads are designed. Like that rig has proven to not really have anything that can win. It's got a saw, and the saws never do any damage, and then it's got those treads, and the treads were kind of a hot mess. Yeah. BattleBots, man. Oh my god, I can't wait for this season to start airing, if it hasn't already. Devar PV says, sent you a link on your Discord to critique my build. Do I still have Discord up? I do not. Let's give that a second to come up. Drone Pilot says, "Oh my God's new frame is crazy strong. I watched him crash into trees. I fly mainly 7-inch at 3 times speed, so no part survives a tree crash. I love micros heaps and they bounce." Yeah, Tommy does a great job with crash testing. I back when we were prototyping the V1 Acrobrat, that always really impressed me that he sent like there was like 15 of us, I think, that were prototyping the Gen 1 Acrobrat, and like everything stopped for us to crash test those things. Like the frame was pretty much good to go. Like he had a couple little things he was going to revise, but like he waited a while for a bunch of us to get him built and to just start beating the shit out of him. And that's huge, man. They're like so many frames I can just look at them and be like, dude, they've never flown this. Like it's going to break right fucking here every time. Nobody flew this frame. So yeah, it's yeah. UAV Tech says, "I think you should take a KISS sponsorship." LOL. Freelo just says, no jumping off the roof in excitement. Through the roof in excitement. Yeah, right. William Barlow says, "That's why we love you." Dauntless says, "Oh, did the thing. I meant 20,000 and the only essential parts, and that does include any weapons or batteries." Gary Higgins says, "That's why I'm here, is you to be you." Robbie says, "Can you do the giveaway? I need to go to bed." Robbie, I can't scroll down any farther, so you're about to get your wish. Keith Brigadier says, "I'm looking for a Tiny Whoop build that I can use my Tango 2 with. Betaflight flight controller, something to slam around inside. Any suggestions?" Keith, there are... So you've either got to get a... Beta FPV sells Crossfire Tiny Whoops. I think they're the only ones. So if you don't go with a Beta FPV Whoop, you're going to have to go with a no receiver Whoop. I think Newbie Drone has a no receiver version of their Acro B brushless, and put your own Crossfire Nano on there, which is pretty easy. So yeah, Keith, I would... so yeah, you can't get the Mobula 6, I don't think. Hey, Alexander, thanks for Alexander, I just sent you a message that says message me back real quick on Discord, because I want your message to be back up in my unreads. So just message me gibberish or whatever on Discord. I'm doing the same thing for you, Matt. I'm looking for this Patreon message from the thing. Oh wait, no, I can just change your role real quick, I think. That's weird that it didn't. It's supposed to do that automatically. That's weird that it didn't. God damn it, I can't figure out how to do it, Matt. I'm doing the same thing with you, Matt. I'm just saying, message me again real quick. There's Aber. There's Tiger. So I don't see the... Is it in one of the channels, I'm guessing? Is the build picture in one of the channels? 5-inch mini quads, maybe? I don't see it in there. Awesome. I see you guys messaging me. Brandon Baked Bean says, Newbie Drone will put on Crossfire to a bind and fly whoop for you. Just select it at the receiver option. I didn't realize it was in the receiver options. Thank you, Brandon. Awesome. Yeah, do that. Get the Newbie Drone Acro B, and then hopefully the motors are going to be enough for you. Get the 20,000 kV motors, and hopefully they're going to be enough for you. UAV Tech says, peace out. Keep up with the great work. You're the man. Grab some Chipotle for me and the wife tonight. No kids, all right? Nice. Mark, if you're still here, can I just... Mark and I were talking on Messenger about response times and how to test them. So, Mark, from your message, it sounds like I can go into Blackbox and log the RPM filter data, and then you can look at a black box log and tell response times from that. That's pretty fucking cool. Is that true? Is that real? Is this real life? Dauntless says the only weapon better than the saw is a flamethrower. Yeah, right. They do nothing. However, that one boy picked up a bot and sent flames in the lanterns and killed a bunch of shit in it. Yeah, that was cool. The grabber, the grabber bot. It grabbed it and then that was super cool. And Pedro Tomei says put a module bay on and an MPM on the Tango 2. Yeah, that's a possibility. I would rather just go Crossfire though. I'm all about going Crossfire on Whoops at this point because I'm just sick of the SPI nonsense. Watcan says, do we know where to comment for the giveaway? Not yet. I gotta get caught up on the chat. I'm so close. Shameless FPV says, have you tried Emax Eco 1404? They're cheap, light, and high KV, but are they smooth? They're smooth enough, Shameless, but they're kind of fragile. So if you crash hard on concrete, I would maybe not go that route. But if you're not crashing hard on concrete, those Emax Eco 1404s are going to be really good. UAV Tech says yes, because you will see the motor RPM spin up, and then you will see the sticks move, how long it takes for the motors to spin up, and then how long it takes for the gyro to read the move. I had a feeling, Mark, that is super cool. I will get back to you. Very cool. Very, very cool. Sparrow White says, what do I need to do to participate in the giveaway? Sparrow White, everybody needs to stop tagging me so that I can get caught up in the chat. Don't actually do that. I'm just making a joke. And then once I'm caught up in the chat, I'm going to drop a link. You're going to comment on the video, and that's going to be it. Freelojo says, I'm doing repairs to my glide hammer after a crash a while back. Inspected for brakes in the carbon. Couldn't find any. Then I found the bent, warped stainless screws. Yeah, Freelojo. Watcan says, great live stream. I'll be coming back for the future content. Just subscribe. Thanks, Watcan. Hey, guys, click buttons if you'd like. If not, eat me. Joni Droid says, tell us a story. Joni Droid says, tell us a story. Childhood office days, you were a driving instructor. Could you elaborate? I got up! And it's only 4:45. I feel like I wasn't as far behind, though, on this one. Okay, I need to find a video for you guys to comment on, which I meant to do about a half an hour ago. So how about, which, oh, that has 0 comments. It's unlisted, though. See if I can find something it's actually, excuse me, listed. You know what? It'll be easier to find. Oh, you know what I'll do? Okay. So the Patreon only videos, right? This will be my way of shilling. I'm gonna make you guys comment on a Patreon only video. They're all unlisted, because they're just linked to on the Patreon page. So for those of you that aren't on the Patreon channel, you'll get an example of, I'm going to drop an unlisted link in a second. You'll get an example of what to expect if you do the $3 a month tier, or any of the tiers in the Patreon channel. So here's an example of a daily stream. Let's pick... Oh, this is perfect. I think this is even the one that I picked. Get shareable link copied to clipboard. There it is. That's the link. Go there and leave a comment if you want. Save the link, and if you're not on Patreon, you've got an example of what to expect daily from me. It's not always something like that, but yeah, this is a random, like, they're very loose streams. They're like hanging out, bullshitting. So yeah, there you go. Go drop a comment on that video. I'm gonna give you guys until 6 minutes at 4:50 Eastern time. I'm gonna do the comment picker thing, and yeah, YouTube comment picker, or is it chooser? Sick of Life says, I sent you a picture of my 3 inches of fun. Oh boy. Canceling my Discord. Watcan says, just trying to make it hard for you to catch up with comments. And Don Lad says, Patreon took my money out 2 days late. That's weird. I don't understand Patreon at all. They just, I don't know, they live in this, they're really good. Like, they do a really good job, but they're not, what I think it is, I think Patreon is a much smaller company than we think. I kind of get the feeling that, like, that Patreon is like 3 or 4 people, but it doesn't feel like that, right? Like, they feel like they're like a big fancy company, but I don't think they are. I think they're a small shop. So sometimes things go wrong, but every time one of you guys has told me that something's gone wrong on Patreon, and I've told you, like, hey, I kind of can't do anything but just message them, get in touch with them, and they'll hook you up. Every time I've heard back either nothing, which is good, or that that they got taken care of and all was well. So, yeah, Patreon will take care of you. UAV Tech confirming that Patreon notifications are weird. It doesn't sync up with for the other data in the system. Yeah, it's just it's a strange billing cycle that they get you on. But yeah, if anything goes wrong, you'll be good. They'll take good care of you. Commentpicker.com. This is the one. Yeah, this is the ugliest website ever, but whatever works, man. So I am going to drop the link in there. I'm going to hit filter duplicate. No. Exclude blacklist users. Filter comments based on specific text. No. All right, cool. So yeah, I'll give you guys a couple more minutes. Here comes the link one more time. Go put a comment on that Patreon only unlisted video, and that's going to be how you enter in the Moongoat frame giveaway. And then I have to start working on this. I have to finish this. Which is the other thing that we do when we get caught up on chat is we do the thing that is in the title of the stream. Toxic FPV says, was there a keyword? Just random comment. Yeah, just type balls or whatever you want. Surprise me. I'm gonna wait for 3 minutes and get this ready, and then yeah, we're gonna do a thing. So basically, all I have left to do is motors and final assembly and beta flight setup. So let's get going here. So I doubt that Joshua is still in here, because I don't necessarily think he would want me to tell you guys the secret thing that's coming up. But shh, just don't tell him I told you. Joshua's got a cool lightweight frame roundup coming up that I just helped him out with, gathering a bunch of the data. I was shocked to find out how many current frames only have 16 by 16 motor mounting. Kebab did it first. Kebab was like the first 5-inch frame with the Glide to say, you know what? Nobody's making 19 by 19 motors anymore. Let's just do 16 by 16. We can save some weight on the ends of the arms. And I've always loved that about the Glide frame, but enough people bitched and moaned about it that like 3 or 4 months ago, he changed his mind, and now the Glide arms are bigger, and they have 16 by 16 or 19 by 19 slots in them. And now everybody's going. Everybody's going the other direction. And now it seems like everybody's doing the 16 by 16 thing. And I'm just sitting here like, oh my god, he's gonna be so mad about. I would be so pissed. You know, it's like, I held out, and then I gave in, and now, yeah. So I thought that was kind of funny, and very frustrating at the same time. Okay, we got 1, we got 2, and we've got 3. All right. And 1 more minute to enter. All you have to do is put any kind of a comment at the below link. That is a Patreon only video. It is an example of the daily videos that you'll get on the off days. We're talking Tuesdays, Thursdays, Saturdays, sometimes Fridays, from your boy, CiottiFPV. For as little as $3 a month, which is only 10 cents a day. Do you have 10 cents a day to make a young man's dreams come true? Well then, don't spend it on CiottiFPV, because he's an old man now. I'm not old yet. I'm only 39. Guys, I turned 40 in April. What the hell? What should I do? Should I, is that it? Should I just call it quits on life? Or should we have a big, I don't know, should we do like a big blowout stream or some weird shit like that? I don't know what to do for birthdays, man. I don't know what to do for birthdays anymore. It's so confusing. It's like, am I supposed to be happy that I didn't die? Am I supposed to, like, pee my pants? What are we doing here, you know? Am I right? You guys know what I mean. You guys know what I mean when I say pee my pants. Oh, come on, stop it, Wire. Stop falling down. You mean you guys don't pee your pants? No. Alright. You're not cool unless you pee your pants. I don't even have to say it. If you guys don't know what that's from.
Well, people are young.
No, they're not. My
People
people are not young. My people are mostly older than me.
So then people do know.
Yeah, that's why. Oh my god, the chat. 40-hour stream. Oh my god, I missed it by 2 minutes. I gave you guys 2 extra minutes. Stuck in trees, we're 3 days off. JFPV says, woohoo, I win. Toxic FPV says, was there a keyword? Family Guyver says, I spoke of the Hershey's Kiss solder joints. Great tip. Sick of Life says, would be funny if I won. My buddy gave me Cricket's flight controller for free because he didn't want to mess with Flight 1. Nice, Sick of Life. Your buddy is a smart person. Alexander Eminent, although your buddy didn't realize that he can just flash Betaflight on it. Alexander says, you were doing unique comments only. Yeah, yep. So these churn shouldn't post 20 comments. You guys can post as many comments as you want in there. There's a button for filter duplicate users. So I just click that button on the comment picker and I don't even have to mention it. William Barlow says, is that an HDLRC stack? It is not, because it's not on fire. Just kidding. It hasn't been plugged in yet, so of course it's not on fire. It's an Acon stack. Brendan's McBean says, me too. I think we share an actual birthday. Eric Allen FPV says, are you going with or without the TPU on the arms? Kind of confusing us. TPU, my setup is I run TPU on the front arms because the front arms are the ones that I scrape against the ground constantly and destroy. And then I don't run them on the back because I want to save the weight. Abraham says 40-hour stream. Sick of Life says, what day in April? I'm the 23rd. I just, and then he cut off. I'm a 17th. Same as Brandon's Baked Beans. Look at that. Pile of Carbon says, growing old is mandatory, growing up is optional. Hell yeah. I love that saying. Frank Nicholas says, I think you should ignite the collective to George for your birthday jamboree. I think Frank Nicholas got spell checked on the phone. Collective to George for your birthday? Or I just don't know what George is as a verb. Frank Nicholas doesn't like getting wet with his clothes on. Don Ladd says, I forget birthdays since I turned 50. Yeah, I've heard that before. Billy Madison, there you guys go. Go-Kart Mozart in the house. If Pete, your past is cool, I am Miles Davis. Sick of Life 90 says, if Pete, Sick of Life, you got beat by 3 comments by Go-Kart. Oh, what a fucking great movie. My God, what a, yo, all of you guys that are 35 and over, we're all so lucky, man. We got so many good movies when we were growing up. Oh my God. Frank Nicholas is going to be 54 this year. Gel Captain says just in time. Drone Pilot says you're turning 40 in April. Yeah. It's another day. Onward, rolled in. Kids would say it's Dad's birthday. I would say it is. Alexander says we old. Brandon says, holy shit, we're born on the same freaking day. That is super weird. Separated at birth. You weren't born in 81, were you, Brendan? That would be extra weird. Frank says, invite the collective to Georgia. Oh, for a CiottiFPV birthday jam. My God, can you imagine? Alexander says, I think he meant Georgia, not George. Private Island FPVs, let's have a Brandon's Baked Ciotti birthday bash in April. Freelo just says, no worries, I'm 50 months younger. Eric Allen says, and the best new music. Oh, yeah. Don Ladd says 80s, 90s music and films. JFPV says April made up Brandon's Big Beans. 41781 right here. Really? Wow, that's weird. Yeah, Brandon and I we're literally born in the same day. That's super weird. That's super weird. Sick of Life says same stylist as Richard Hammond because no way you have any gray yet. My dad didn't go gray until late in life, so I got that going on. I have a couple up in here, but my hair is like a goddamn rainforest. So here we go. You guys ready? Moongoat giveaway. Moongoat. Huge shout out again to the boys over at Oh My God, doing super cool stuff. If you would like to buy something on their website, you can now click on an affiliate link right here on your boy CiottiFPV's website, CiottiFPV.com. You click this button, you buy some stuff from Oh My God's website. They see that I sent you, which is obviously a good thing, and then I make a couple % of that purchase, and I put it right back into the FPV world. So, yeah, get yourself some stuff from Oh My God's shop. He's got all kinds of cool shit, and he's supporting people that are doing cool stuff like me by sponsoring this giveaway. So let's see who wins a Moongoat frame. They also even offered to ship it out. So like you're just gonna email them and they're gonna hook you up. So here we go. I got that. Wait, let me make sure that that's the right URL. I'm also curious as to how many comments there are. 94 comments. Look at that. You guys did not just leave like 800 comments each. Good on you. Even if you had, it wouldn't have made a difference because I'm going to come in here and I'm going to click this filter duplicate users. I'm now going to go get YouTube comments and it's going to do a magical thing. Amount of unique wow, not a single person did 2 comments. Look at you well-behaved, honest FPV pilots. I think I just clicked this button. Ready? Ready? Yeah. Who wins? Maniac FPV! He says, woohoo, cheeseburgers! Maniac FPV, were you the one that asked if you wanted us if I wanted you guys to leave a specific comment? That would be crazy. Congratulations, Maniac FPV. Let me really quickly look at the conversation I had with... I can't think of his name. And it makes me sad because I was just talking to him. I'm just the absolute worst with names. Congrats, Maniac. That's super awesome. He says, oh my God! Let me get you the... God damn. What a missed opportunity. What a missed opportunity, man. There we go. Better late than never. Let me do this real quick. Moongoat. What if I just search for that? Will it find it? Will it please find the conversation? Please, please, please find it. Nope. Didn't find it. Come on, Facebook Messenger. Search better. Be better than this. Maniac. Message me somewhere. Message me at CiottiFPV on Facebook or Instagram, and I will give you the email address that you need to shoot an email to for those guys to send you a free Moongoat. So I'll talk to you over there. And now we are going to finish my Moongoat. What do you think of that? Maniac FPV says, as I'm throwing shoes at my drone stuck in a tree, too. Are you really? That's terrific. Well, if you don't get it down, this will get you started. What's up, weirdo? How are you? Frank is worse at names than me. Awesome. As long as somebody's worse than me, then I'm happy. Not happy, but here we go. Finishing our Moongoat. For anyone that just came for the Moongoat giveaway that didn't like the content, thanks for hanging for a little while at least. Come back anytime you want. I would love to have you. All right, here we go. Let's hit this. Oh, I still got the. I got this all screwed up from we were watching bots stream Friday night while I was streaming. Let me fix this real quick. No, that's not it. No, that's not it. What is that? Why do I have something called GoPro? That's weird. Hang on. No. No. Yep, there it is. Right monitor. And then I got this little friend here. And let's take this. Oh, wait, no. Let's do this. Come on! There it is. There we go. Okay. Alright, that doesn't look great, but it's fine. It's fine. Nobody will know. Ready? Frank Nicholas says, after giveaway, still 115 watching. You guys are nice. For those that, you know, feel bad and they just leave the stream on and they walked away, that's nice of you. I appreciate that. I'm good, weirdo. How about you? Sick of Life says, my dog is watching the stream intently after the goat sounds. Pook likes goats, I guess. Oh, balls. Weirdo with a skateboard got an XJT module that just doesn't work. Yeah. Oh, try this. Sometimes what can happen with module bay modules is this happens, and I've heard of this from more than just me. This is not just me. Crossfire modules, for whatever reason, sometimes you have to bend your pins, the pins that go into the little holes in the module. For whatever reason, it won't. When I first got this, it wouldn't make contact. I had to bend the pins. I think I bent them that way a little bit, and then it makes plugging this thing in kind of a bastard. But it's fine, and it makes it work. So yeah, try that. If the module is not, the problem I had is the module was not powering up. If that's your issue, weirdo, try bending your pins just a little bit. Don't bend them a lot, because you can always just bend them back. But yeah, just bend them a little bit. Let me make sure that this is going to power on. Yeah, cool. Want to make sure I didn't need to bend my pins again. Okay, if you're on a Tyrannus, I don't know if that's an issue with jumper stuff. Just doesn't let them change to the external module. That sounds weird. That could try the pin thing. Try the pin thing, weirdo. Especially if you're on a QX7. Freeloader just typed, dude, the pin thing is a QX7 issue because I had the same problem. If you're on a QX7, because maybe it won't let you change it because because the pins aren't connected, and maybe it's like it's saying like, hey, external module, are you there? And the pins aren't connected, so the external module is going, no, I'm not here, bro. Let's finish this Moongoat, people. These two motors are now trimmed to the right length, so we're going to tin the wires. We are going to plop them down on the ASC, throw the rest of this thing together, and then do a quick Betaflight setup on it. And I will have a working Moongoat. I can see what all the fuss is about. I think I know what all the fuss is about, but it'll be good to experience it for real. I'm digging this frame. I think the real comparison is Moongoat versus Impulse Apex. I don't really think comparing the Moongoat to the FPV Cycle Glide makes much sense, because the Glide is just there's just a bunch of things that you can do with the Glide that I've talked about a lot that you can't with the Apex or with the Moongoat frame. The Apex and the Moongoat frames are more like straight up freestyle frames, and the Glide frame is more of like a dual purpose cinematic or freestyle kind of frame. And so yeah, and also the price points are completely different, right? This is a $100 frame, the Apex is a $100 frame, the Glide is a $50 frame. Like, if you're gonna spend twice as much money, to me, there has to be a real big difference in performance. So yeah, I bought this frame to get on the hype train, and because I love Tommy. Outside of that, I probably wouldn't have bought this frame. Not because the frame isn't great, but, well, honestly, because the Glide is just incredibly inexpensive. like straight up. Kind of going back to like RDQ customer service versus GetFPV versus Pyrodrone, right? The Moongoat and the Impulse Alien are fantastic frames, but Bob Ruge decided, hey, I'm gonna flip the whole world upside down and make this frame that I sell damn near at cost, that's been really well thought out and blah 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 blah. So there's that. Oh boy, Weirdo with a Skateboard is on a QX7, so he's gonna try it. Peter Felber says, put the Ghost antenna back on before you forget it and burn the TX module. So this build is on Crossfire, and then this is a Tramp VTX. So I'm assuming that you're talking about the fact that there's no video antenna. Luckily, most VTXs, most full-size VTXs, you don't really have to worry about that issue. You can run them at full bore with no antenna connected, and they've got they're big enough. The big thing is that these full-size VTXs are big enough to shed the heat, to shed enough heat, but they've also got auto cool down stuff built into them. So yeah, it's really not a problem. It's certainly not a good thing to do, but it's really not something that you have to worry about like you do on the Nano VTXs. And on receivers, is it an issue on receivers? I never really thought about that. Are these new receivers like running at the limits of what's possible, and if you plug them in without an antenna, they blow up. Alright, there's mad oxidation on this tip. I'm being very lazy and not... Oh, on the radio. Yeah. Good call on that one. I don't run it at that's the Crossfire Micro. What's going on here? Oh, I know what's going on here. I left the soldering iron on last time I was working on it for like 3 hours. So yeah, this tip has like ultra oxidation on it right now. But I got this weird little tip reconditioner thing at some point in my life. So I'm going to use that. I really wish I remembered where I got this from. Here's what it looks like. It works really good. When the tip of your soldering iron is like super oxidized, this little tiny stupid container of magic makes it better. Oh boy. Alright, here we go. Like magic. Don't tin wires over electrical components like I'm doing right now. I'm actually off to the side a little bit, but just in general, don't do this. There's no reason. It's me being ultra lazy. Alright. So this, if you like this purple mat, I'm sorry, because it is going to get replaced by a black mat. I rewatched one of the streams, and this Logitech was just having an absolute crisis trying to get the white balance correct, and I'm not going to have that. That's very annoying to me. So yeah, this purple mat is not long for this world. I'm going to move it over there. I have another little workstation on the left side of this desk for like if somebody comes and visits or whatever. And I think I'm going to put it over there because it is cool looking. I just don't want it to be on camera if it's going to be screwing with the Logitech's ability to auto white balance. Although the Logitech software does have the ability, I think, now that I think through this, to do manual white balance. So I'm actually just gonna do that real quick. I'm gonna, because yeah, there's no Frank calling Logitech racist. So if I go here and I just turn off auto white balance, and then I set the white balance. Hold on, let me grab a gray card. Oh wait, no, it's right here. And let me just get a half decent white balance set here, and then I won't have to screw around with this anymore. Okay. Alright, so right about there. What's that? That's 20%. Looks about right. Let's go a little warmer. Yeah, there we go. I think that's where I want it. All right. Anything I can do to avoid having to actually work on builds. Okay. Okay. Here we go. That looks like a real bag of donkeys. Oh, no, it doesn't. Just catching the light weird. Here we go! Moongoat build, finishing it up. finishing it up. Here we go. Get this wire exactly where I want it. I like putting it off to a little bit of an angle like this, just to keep it out of the branches when you go crashing through Scraggle. Might look weird, but it works really well. Just like me. Looks weird, but works really well. That's not what I wanted. I want you to be a little cleaner than that, buddy. Just because the rest of the rig looks gorgeous, this might as well look good too, you know? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Just gonna put a little bit more solder on that. And the other joint, the first joint too. I do want that to look a little bit better. I have a sneaking suspicion that this build will be sold at some point. I can't really afford to give it away. But yeah, just because, like, I just really do try to fly the same rig over and over again, and without the option of dead cat arms, it just, yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm going to stick with the glide frame. But you never know. If this thing, like, absolutely melts my brain, I'll stick with it for sure. Why wouldn't I? Why are you being... Oh. This looks like a job for... Flukes. I'm being slow on those pads. And all the flux burned off. And that's why they look like a bag of donkey nipples. So with our rework flux pen, we can just add some flux to the joint, use the tweezers to hold the wire in the same place, put some heat on it, the flux will flow around, and we'll get a nice, beautiful, shiny joint. And we're going to do that one more time. Oh my God, look at you. You shiny ball of soldery hot butthole. Oh boy. That was weird. That took a turn. Get in there. Come on, come on, come on. Come on. Get all lined up nice like. You know you want to. Little wires, stay there. I don't have many of these left. I did, Gel. I did. I say lots of things. I say lots of very confusing things. Okay. We are going to go zip tie ham here just so that you guys get the full clean build experience for that ultra, I don't know. So I also like to just kind of push these down a little bit just to sort of get them so that they're, yeah, I don't know, tucked in all nice like. Nothing worse than when you're, when these motor wires get either all tangled up in the props or get like a stick through them and just get all super angry. Do whatever I can to keep them out of the way so that they don't get all beat up. But what's cool is when they do get beat up, it gives you an excuse to put a LED race wire on there. So it's not all bad news when your motor wires get mangled. All right, ladies and germs, one more. We'll slow down the motors. I had a veteran IT guy swear that tight zip ties on network cables slowed down the data speed. Wow. That is an IT guy that needs to retire. Gel said, oh, we got that. Dauntless says, I replaced the switch on a neighbor's mechanical keyboard, and he paid me $20 because I'm not an adult. feeling really smug about my ability to solder right now. Nice, Dauntless. Yeah, it's funny, man. I like, in my life, I've always stayed away from anything and everything electrical. Just because it, like, kind of scared me, and, like, my dad being an electrical engineer, like, I knew it was... I knew, like, the dangers involved in it and whatnot. And I always just, like, kind of kept electrical stuff at an arm's distance. Also, like, when you're into cars, it's, like, the popular thing to do to just like, refuse to do anything electrical. It's this weird thing in the car world. Everybody is, like, totally afraid to do any wiring. Not everybody, but a lot of people are super afraid to do any kind of wiring work. So yeah, I come from this, like, weird background where it's like, oh, electrical? No, let other people do that. Don't touch it. You'll shock yourself to death and die a million deaths. But yeah, there's no reason to be that afraid of it. And I've told the story once or twice of a lamp that I had in Charleston, that it had one of those foot switches that goes on the ground on the wire, because it was like a cheapo whatever lamp, and the foot switch failed, and I was like, oh man, I'm gonna have to throw this lamp out, what the hell? And I start, like, taking the lamp apart to throw it away, and then I just had this moment where I was like, wait a second, I'll just fix it. And I fixed it. and I was like, oh, right. I can fix some electrical things now. That's very cool. That's just, like, a cool life hack, that, like, this hobby gifted me. And that's pretty cool. Like, I at least take it for granted, big time. And pretty much, like, forget that I can do that stuff. I gotta sort of retrain my my brain to not be irrationally afraid of electrical stuff anymore. Or not even afraid of it, but just, like, get rid of the unwillingness to do it. You know what I mean? And just like that, a wild Moongoat was born. One more zip tie, screwing some things down. Oh, you know what? I haven't tested this at all. I don't know if anything in here works. I don't know if the ESC is going to catch on fire. I know nothing. But, you know what we're going to use is the V2 Vi-Fly short stopper that Frank Nicholas sent over, with the little button. I'm going to use the button on it for the first time. That is going to be pretty cool. So, let's just get these wires all happy-like over here. Oh, you guys will get to see the cool LEDs in the XT60 for the first time. That'll be exciting. I might be overselling that a little bit. Or not. I know somebody out there has to be as irrationally in love with LEDs on quads as I am. Here's a funny story. When Kristen and I lived in Charleston, which was like 2019, 2018, 17, 16, 15, 14, I think. At one point, we went to our local beach, Folly Beach, which was like 5 miles away from us, where we lived. And there was someone shredding with a wing. And it had a shitload of LEDs on it. And it was super cool. They were just like flying it over the beach. It was at night. So there was really nobody on the beach. It wasn't like sketchy or reckless or anything. And it was just so cool. And like, I'll never, that's one of the, that was it for me. That is why I'm so nuts about LEDs. because like in that moment, like I was just so impressed. You know, sometimes like you see somebody doing something cool and you're just so impressed by it, and it's just such like a cool experience. And yeah, I've heard the same thing about these. So when I've gone to these drift events, the spectators, when they find out that you're a drone pilot, they'll be like, "Oh my God, I have as much fun watching you guys as I do watching the cars." And a lot of times they'll be like, "The LEDs are so cool." The other thing that we've realized, there's a bunch of us that are locally doing these drift events, and what we've realized is that the drivers are learning who we are by the color of our LEDs. So I actually said to our local group at one point, like, "Hey guys, let's all pick an LED color, and then let's build all of our rigs with that LED color, because then it'll just be easier for, you know, everything." So yeah, we did that. I mean, we all picked, I don't know if, I picked purple, of course, so I didn't have to really do any work. I don't know if any of the other guys actually did anything, but hey, I took the initiative. I did a thing, and sometimes that's all you can do. Moongoat, Jackie Moon, Vi-Fly Shortstopper. Let's see if this thing catches on fire. So, I think that right now it's not going to pass any juice because I'm not pushing the on-off button. So let's find out. Don't blow up, don't blow up, don't blow up, don't blow up. Okay, cool. So it's true. Oh God! Okay. Accidentally hit the on-off button. Luckily it didn't, I mean, whatever. Look at that, look how cool that is. The purple LEDs in there. Wow, okay. So, okay. Look at that, it's got a push button. Yeah, that scared the shit out of me. I just wasn't expecting it to turn on. Look at that, dude, an on-off button. That is very cool. And the rig didn't blow up. Jesus, that scared the hell out of me. Peter Felber says, how will quads look in 6 months? LED props, motors, RaceWire, XT60. What do you mean, Peter? Do you mean like how beat up will this be in 6 months? Is that the question? Gel Captain says VTX antenna. Yeah, we're okay. It's got the immersion RC tramps are very, very resistant to heat. They do a really good job at turning their output power down early enough to not cause issues, to not get too hot. And with VTX tables now, one of the really nice things about VTX tables is low power until first arm, which is probably not enabled yet because this is a brand new flight controller. But yeah, the days of worrying about VTX's cooking, full-size VTX's cooking, in my opinion, are sort of past. But it is still it is a really good rule of thumb to not. There's just no reason to not. Ooh! All right. Everything is fucked. Everything's on fire. It's just, you know, general. There it is. Okay, found all my tools. All my tools went flying. Yeah. Moongoat! Jackie Moon! I want to rewatch that movie. You guys remember that movie? What the hell was it called? Was that the basketball movie? That was the Will Ferrell basketball movie, wasn't it? Jackie Moon. America. Wait, no. What was Jackie Moon? What's Jackie Moon from? Jackie Moon. What is that? It's not often that I get Kristen to laugh, so I know I did something right. It is the name of the movie. Yeah. Oh, no. Semi-Pro. Semi-Pro. That's the name of the movie. Semi-Pro. I gotta rewatch Semi-Pro, man. Do I have Semi-Pro on the hard drive here?
I don't think we do.
Hold on. Yeah, fuck it. I'm just going to download it. It'll take me less time to just go to this magical secret site and type in semi-pro. I can't believe I still go on this torrent site, to be honest. This is one of the longest running torrent sites in the world. Low quality version because I'm a pleb like that. And download. Jackie Moo. America. Wasn't there? Isn't there somewhere in the movie where that's is that I don't know. Don Ladd says, because of you, I've put purple arm LEDs on my 3 2021 race builds. The only small ones to save weight look great. What'd you say, Kristen?
Nothing. I'm laughing.
Free range chicken RC's leaving. Thanks for the killer stream and collective. Congratulations to Maniac. Thanks for hanging free range. Joan Pilot says, I got 1 like and 1 dislike on a video I made recently. I was like, what the fuck? And then I thought options are like assholes. Everyone has one. Man, you got to be a special kind of asshole to click a thumbs down on just like a random video like that. Like if somebody comes out with a video that's just like, there are YouTube videos which deserve thumbs down, but they are few and far between. People are so weird sometimes. I'm looking for, okay. Peter says, yeah, waiting for a frame built. Oh, yeah, right, Peter? We've got arm LEDs. Now we're going to have motor LEDs. We've got prop LEDs. I even put an LED on the bottom and the back here. Like, the whole thing is just going to be one big-ass light source. Tuner Taxi, you missed all the things, man. Shell Captain says, button up that moon sucker. Why is it a moon sucker now? Okay, let's get this. Man, okay. So yeah, it's natural. It's just a like this. What happened was, it's just right in the middle where they put the on-off button is a natural place for me to grab this and pull, right? Because it does, XT60s plug in with some force, and yeah, when you do that, you hit the on-off button. So yeah, if you get a Vi-Fly V2, grab it from the side. Don't grab it like I did, because you accidentally hit the on-off button. Okay, standoffs. I am going to be swapping these out to an 18mm hex standoff. I just got to do the order on eBay for some. Okay. So we've got 4 standoffs. These are now holding the little arm sandwich plates down, which is nice. And here's the big question. Will I be able to crank these screws to tighten up these standoffs? Or are these screws threaded into the arms? Oh yeah, they're not threaded into the arms. Good, good, good. So that standoff is turning. Alright. So that's fine, but with a hex standoff, you can put a wrench on the standoff and you can get these even more cranked down. With round standoffs, I mean, you can certainly just grab it with a pair of pliers and just mangle the shit out of it, but that, yeah, that's not a real option for me. I'm not, my brain will not allow that sort of thing to happen, as I'm sure more of you than I would like to admit will totally understand. So we're going to get our little Micro Eagle plugged in here. I can just grab it from this side like this. I'm like I just try to be ultra careful with these plugs because they're just so shitty and they just have such a short service life that yeah, I just try to be ultra careful with them. Alright, is that plugged in all the way? What's the deal here, Micro Eagle? What do you got going on? Yeah, we're good. Okay, so then this slots down in there. And we just got to get these tabs to line up. You do have to kind of pull outwards a little bit on the, it's a tight fit. You got to pull, here I'll show you. You got to pull out a little bit to get it to kind of go in that slot. Because it's tight like a tiger, guys. It is tight like a tiger. And now the top plate screws are going to lock all that nonsense down. So let's get that going here. Oh, yes. Look at this little, oh man. A little short and fat guy. I like it. I have high hopes for this frame. I mean, I don't even need to say that. I know this frame is going to be really good. I am hoping that it is magically so good that it pulls me away from the Glide. Because I've been flying the Glide for a long time. It would be cool to, to fly something different. But to some extent, a frame is a frame is a frame. Yeah. We'll see. I'm very excited to get this up in the air. Very, very excited. There's some very interesting, different stuff that has been done with this frame design that I can't wait to see sort of like how it crashes, basically. Sorry, Remington. Just watch me at double speed. I've heard it's absolutely awful. I haven't actually heard anything. I've only heard like one person that's done it. But yeah, do that. Should I use the? I wasn't going to because it seems like it's a little heavy. But should I use Tommy's strap? Oh, you know what? I can't use Tommy's strap because I fly such small batteries. I remember I tested it. His strap is for, most people fly like 1300 and 1500 mAh 6S batteries, which are a little bit bigger. I don't, and the batteries that I fly are a little bit too small for those straps. So yeah, I'm just using regular old strappies on mine. There we have it, ladies and germs. All the screws, all the hardware, all the stuff is finally all bolted down to the moonest of goats. So let me try this, right? I'm cranking these outer arm screws down on the top here, and what that should do is lock the standoffs from rotating, so that hopefully I can now go to the bottom and crank these outer arm screws a little bit more without the standoffs spinning. So let's see. And sure enough, yep. So sometimes you can't do that. Sometimes the standoff will still spin in this situation. I think that because of these being conical, I think the head of this screw has enough grip on this carbon that it locks that in. That's a big deal because that means you don't need to run the hex standoffs. That's pretty cool. I like that a lot. Look at that. Little bit of extra room for the battery straps, but you know, we're using all the space in there. 5-inch rigs never look right, in my opinion, without battery straps on them. Alright. This little friend in here. And this friend back here. Wait, no, I gotta make sure I don't thread it through one of the video cables. Okay. And there we have it. This is not the battery that I'm going to run, but no, this is silly. This battery is such a ridiculous shape. Do I have a... Oh, I'll just throw a 4S on there. That's fine. Oh, wait, no. Hey, look at that. Is this charged? I'm coming back. Don't worry. Hold on. No, that's not charged. Screw it. It's fine. It's fine. Let's see if it connects to Betaflight. If it doesn't, stream over. Forever. Okay, here we go. Lights on the flight controller came on. That's a good sign. I just launched a downloader. If the stream quality goes to hell, let me know. Should be fine though. Betaflight, what say you? Yeah, Dauntless, the battery strap that Tommy gives you, it goes like around the standoffs in this interesting way. 200 Taxi FPV with $2 more for the BattleBot build. Thank you, Tuner Taxi, for supporting the non-existent BattleBots build. For anybody who's just joined us, it's an inside joke at the moment. I'm not actually building a BattleBot yet. Should I put this on this side? Put this on that side. You guys can see the whole chat. Okay, here we go. That's fine. Oh! Oh! Okay. Oh! I found it. I knew I put something on 4.3. It must have been this board. I think I remember now. I think I was... I don't actually remember. I don't remember when I did that. So I guess this isn't going to be a full setup because I've already updated the flight controller. But the first thing that I always do is to take a look up here when I hook up a new rig, is to take a look up at here in the top right corner, and I take a look at what firmware version they shipped it on, which is usually not the current version of firmware that's available, right? So typically when you hook up a new board, it'll say like Betaflight 4.1 or 3.5.7 or whatever. So immediately I want to upgrade it or update it. And so the next thing that you want to look at is your target. So you look at your target. In this case, it's AIKO or AIKON F7, right? AIKON F7. And then what you do is you come in here to update firmware. Come on! You can do it! Oh, that was weird. Betaflight, what's up? There it is. And then you pick your target, and then you pick the version of the firmware that you want to run. Usually it's going to be the most recent. You click Load Firmware Online. It downloads it, and then it opens up this Flash Firmware button, and then you click Flash Firmware. I don't need to do that because I already did that at some point. So you're going to do that. This little bar is going to fill up. It's going to tell you when it's done, and then when it's done, you're going to hit Connect up here. And then that's going to hook you up to Betaflight. Always read this. This is telling you information that you need to know. So we've got our rig on a flat surface. We're going to calibrate the accelerometer just to get that out of the way. Then we're going to come in here to ports. And I always use the instruction manuals that these flight controllers come with, or the instruction manuals that are on the product website. And if you do that, you'll know which UART your stuff is on, because in the manuals they usually tell you like, hey, put your receiver on this UART. So when I look on here, I can see that they suggest... Oh, farts. Did I not... There's a VTX voltage jumper, and there's a chance that I did not... Although I thought that I saw the lights come on the VTX, so I think maybe I'm fine. There's also a VTX pit mode switch jumper. I don't think I hit that one either. So, where the hell is it at? On here. Here it is. So it's UART 1. Yeah, okay. So UART 1, which is already set here for Serial TX. So that's the other thing that's cool. If you put, like, they'll usually have one of these checked, and it's usually the one, it's usually the UART that they suggest you use for your receiver. So usually, you don't even have to do anything here. Like, it'll just be good to go there. But I would also need to look up on here the VTX UART, which is UART 3. And I did do this. This was set to disabled. I previously did this, and I moved this over to IRC Tramp, and then you save and reboot. Because with Crossfire, you don't turn on telemetry. It does the telemetry within the UART 1 as long as you hook the Crossfire Nano up with TX and RX to the same UART. And then you're going to save and reboot. And once you've read the warning once, you don't really need to read it every time unless it says something different. Motor direction. All right, so I started setting this board up. So my typical setup is going to be to click the motor direction is reversed. That gets the prop spinning outwards. We're going to come up here and do, since this is an F7, we're going to do D-Shot 600. And then right here on the PID loop frequency, we're going to leave that at full beans, 8K. Come down a little bit. This maximum arming angle by default is 25. I always move that up to 180 so that I can, if I have to, arm it while upside down if it's in a really weird situation and I need to get it back. Come down here to receiver, and you're going to go serial-based receiver and then Crossfire if you're using Crossfire. You're going to scroll down a little bit more. Telemetry on. I like running air mode on a switch, so I turn air mode off here, which enables air mode in the modes tab. Dynamic filter on, OSD on, and if you're using addressable LEDs, you want to turn LED strip on as well. Come down here, and by default, these are both switched off. You are going to turn these on because this is your ESC beeper for your lost model finder that runs through the motors, so you don't have to put a separate beeper on your rig. Mechanikern with 100 Norwegian kroner says, CiottiFPV bro, have you messed with old non-breaking ESCs? I have an old 10-inch about to be traded away for a 3D printer, but I struggle with the tune wobbling. I think maybe the ESCs are too old. Agree? Yeah, man, if your ESCs don't have braking, that is a huge, that's going to be a huge sacrifice in performance. The ability of ESCs to do braking is phenomenal. Basically, what you've got there is a brushed tiny whoop. The old school brushed tiny whoops did not have engine braking, or motor braking rather. And once we got these brushless tiny whoops, there was this gigantic improvement in flight performance. Partially because of the motor sizes, but mainly I think because of the motor braking. So yeah, I would trade that thing, trade that for a 3D printer and get yourself into a new rig with engine braking. It will make tuning so much easier. Without motor braking, tuning all has to be done like in the upwards direction, and like it's not ideal. It's always going to be a real challenge. Back in here, we're going to go save and reboot. So I did not turn on the RPM filters yet because basically in my personal like flow or whatever, the way I set shit up, this is the point where I'm reminded of the RPM filtering. So the configuration tab is now where I go, okay, great. Before I turn on bidirectional D-Shot, here's bidirectional D-Shot. Before I turn this on, I want to put it on the ESC first, because if you just turn this on right now and you save and reboot, if the ESC doesn't have a new enough version of its firmware, basically everything is going to go to hell. Like it by turning on bidirectional D-Shot here, the flight controller is looking for a different sort of command from the ESC, which it's not going to get. Sometimes you then won't even be able to flash the ESC. So just like at this point, just stop. Like when you're at this point where you're going to turn on bidirectional D-Shot, stop yourself, because you can waste time by turning this on. So just stop here. You can do I like to do the other things on this screen while I'm here, right? But then I stop right here and I go disconnect. And this is a BL Heli 32 ESC. So I'm going to launch BL Heli Suite 32. And now I need to get that battery back out. And I might as well put it through the ViFly. Why not? Now that I know the ViFly works, accidentally plugging it in, or accidentally hitting the on button. Yo, that is really cool. This is the first time I have ever plugged a charged LiPo into a quad and not had that quad spring to life. Oh, so it tripped. So it tripped because it spun the motors up. Did you hear it? It went meh. So it started to beep. This is set to 1 amp at the moment, and it tripped 1 amp because it was sending enough energy to the motors that this thing thought there was a short. So I'm going to hit this button and turn that blue light on. That moves this to 2 amp. I'm going to turn it off, and I'm going to turn it back on. And now it's got enough. You know what I mean? That's one of the reasons that the ViFly works so well, is that it was able to trip there. A regular short stop, whatever they're called, stopper, shorter stopper, would not. Okay, my brain's gone. Okay, so you're going to click connect, you're going to click read setup, and now everything's in here. And the way that you flash all of them at once is you go up here to ESC flash in the top, and then you flash 32.7, and they're all 4 of them selected, and you flash selected ESC, and then it's going to tell you, hey, your computer's too old. And then you're going to have to get your laptop out and do it on your laptop. Okay. I get it. I know, Quad. I know. I get it. You're very excited to spring to life and start chopping people's fingers off. Guys, it smells so fucking good in here. I hope that you guys appreciate how much I love you in continuing to set this thing up rather than just shutting this stream off and running. I mean, like, head down as fast as I can into that kitchen to eat as many of those dumplings that Kristen made as I possibly can before she notices and is able to get some for herself. I hope the gravity of that situation is not lost on you guys. Okay, you guys are not going to get to see this, but I just showed you what I'm going to do. And yeah, I just need to do it on a day today in my Facebook memories. 11 years ago today, I bought this Mac tower for $2,500. Because my comment on Facebook 11 years ago was $2,500 later, but I can get on Facebook again. This was back before smartphones, right? $2,500 later, but I can get back onto Facebook, and that's all that matters, which I was saying like as a joke. Kristen, what flour are you using for the dumplings?
Oh, no, the wrappers I bought. 'Cause I don't have
She bought the wrappers.
I don't have a thin enough thing to roll them thin enough, you know, like the KitchenAid pasta maker.
Yeah.
So I can't make them as thin as I would like myself.
Did you hear that, Tiago? All right. Connected. Reading setup. No valid setup because there's not power to the rig. So let's get power. Yo, there's an on-off button. That's amazing. Oh, so you see I only got 3 beeps. That's interesting. Let's read the setup. I guess because it's in BL Heli. Okay, so that's fine. So we got that, and now I'm going to the same little ESC flash thing on the top. Wait, you guys don't need to see that screen. You can just watch here. And 32.7 flash selected ESC, and now instead of getting that error message, it's actually going to work. Patrick FPV says on-off is for binding RX. Yeah, it's really this thing for binding is gonna be worth its weight in platinum, yo. This makes binding receivers so much easier. Oh my god. But I'm astounded at how much easier it's kind of making everything right now. Like, there's an on-off button on a quad. Like, that's not lost on me. You know what I mean? Like, that's a pretty cool thing. We got some purple LEDs shining. We don't have any smoke yet. Things are looking up. BLA32 is flashing ESC number 2. Who does number 2 work for? Is my question. Gelcaptate says stop it. I don't remember what I was doing at the time. Drone Pilot says, do you think that PID loops 8K make a difference to 4K? The loop is easily handled at 4K, and especially on an F7, it will just sit there being idle at 8K doing nothing while it waits. Drone Pilot, you could make the argument that anything over 1K is useless. What you're describing there is the main reason that in my and pretty much everybody else that knows what's what, I shouldn't say that. It's why me and most people that are pro Betaflight and KISS are against Flight 1. Flight 1 is hell-bent on running at 32K, but everybody other than like Flight 1 people seems to agree that going north of like it's just all garbage data. There's just absolutely no need. Like the motion that we're concerned about is at a very low frequency. Not very low, but a relatively low frequency, and just having this thing running at 32,000 cycles a second, it just doesn't. It gains you like the gains are like fractions of a millisecond, essentially, is the way that I understand it. And there's just no reason for that. Like to then have to deal with that amount of data causes all these other problems, and it's one of the reasons why it sort of feels like one of the reasons that I had such an awful experience with Flight 1. It just seemed like it was completely overloaded, and it was just like, I don't know what to do. The tip of that prop got a little bit chipped up. Nope. And your whole shit's on fire. So yeah, I don't know. One of the things that you can do is turn down your startup beep volume, and that'll help with that tripping the thing. The smoke stopper. Smoke stopper, that's what I couldn't think of before. And then I also turned down my beacon delay to 2 minutes. You know what? I'm going to start doing 3 minutes. PWM frequency, I'm leaving on 24 kilohertz nowadays because it's got more motor braking, and I think it flies totally fine. Brake on stop, I turn all the way up to 100%, and that's all I do. Right setup. Oh, no, you can do something else in here. You can test the rotation of your motors, which is kind of nice. Because if they're wrong, you got to come back into BL Heli. And there's a tab up on top next to the ESC flash tab called Motors. You click on that, and I think it kind of launches Betaflight in this sort of weird way. You click the I understand the risks. You make sure that there's nothing that's going to kill you. And then... Whoa! You test your motors. There we go. So, motor 1 is in the correct location. Motor 2 is in the correct location. Motor 3 is in the correct location. Ooh, I don't have to remap motors. God, is it a good day when you don't have to remap motors. Now I'm going to spin all 4 of them up and check the direction. In, out, and out. That's weird. I've never had that before. So motors 2 and 4 need to be reversed. So I go back into ESC setup. I wish I could show this to you guys. Soon I'll be able to, I'll be streaming from the laptop. I'll be able to show you guys this stuff. Connect, check, and then I'm just going to reverse the rotation of motors 2 and 4. I'm not doing anything groundbreaking here, guys. It's the fact that you can't see me is totally fine. Normal rotation. I need to swap these to reversed rotation, and then I need the right setup. Nothing to write. ESC already updated. Well, that's not true at all. I gotta do it individually. Right setup. Now that motor's reversed as well. And good to go. KISS runs on 1K. And everybody talks about how amazing KISS is. So if KISS runs that great on 1K, and Betaflight runs great on 4 and 8K, why the hell would you go up to 32K? Know what I mean? If nothing else, right? If you don't pay any attention to the more interesting reasons. Ooh, this Wi-Fi gets a little warm. Okay. Oh, and I pushed an off button. I pushed an off button, and look at that. It's off. Wi-Fi. You have outdone yourselves with this one. Okay, now I can plug back into the computer that you guys can see, which is cool. Yeah, it's getting a little, oh boy, didn't mean to. It happened again. I hit the on button again. I just wanted to hold it here. I just wanted to like grab and hold this to see how hot it was, and I accidentally hit the on off button. Not the end of the world, but just, yeah. Wi-Fi for version 3, put the button off on the side. Maybe. They're probably out of space on it. Okay, so now that the ESC is on the newest firmware, which is bidirectional D-shot compatible, we can flip the switch and turn on bidirectional D-shot. Motor poles 14, because it's a 5-inch rig, we can leave that alone. Motor idle throttle value 5.5. Yeah. I'm actually going to bring that down. I'm going to bring that down to 5. Because I'm running one of the reasons I'm running 24 is so that I can bring this number down a little bit and have a little bit more headroom. And all right. So configuration tab is good to go. Power and battery tab, I always just take a quick look. Don't really ever change anything. PID tuning, we're going to skip. We'll do that last. Receiver, I am on TAER. RSSI channel you can leave disabled because it's crossfire. We're going to just do this because I just sort of know my radio. But, I mean, I guess we might as well bind it. Yeah, I left the bind button hanging out the side, which is kind of nice. So let's turn this back off. And we are going to... Look at... Oh, my God. Ready? 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 You guys ready for this? This is going to be great. I have to bind this. Oh, damn. No, it's going to be easy because I can just go... Whoop! Push that little bind button down. And then... Oh, wait, no. I gotta... It's getting power from the computer. I'm like, why is the light on? I'm just going to push my little bind button and push my on-off button. And that's it. Wow. That's ridiculous. Why the hell? Why has it taken this long for an on-off button? I mean, obviously we could have put on-off buttons on our stuff forever ago, but we didn't. Low battery. Screw that. Alright, so here we go. Let's see if I can... Well, let's do it in the Lua script. Let's try to do it in the Lua script. I often have trouble binding crossfires on the Lua script for whatever reason. It just freezes. It gets into this binding screen and then it just freezes. I gotta keep that away from the microphone. So we got fast flashing green, and then we got binding on the screen, and a lot of times it'll just sit here. A lot of times it just won't be able to get past this, and I'll have to go in and do it again. But I think in the past I've been a little bit impatient, so I'm not going to be impatient this time. I'm going to let it sit there. And we'll see. Alexander says you could always just make a full-size switch before the Wi-Fi. Yeah, it's true. No reason that any of us... is it pulsing sound? There's nothing I can do about it. It's as fun. I mean, if I want it in the shot, I gotta leave it there. I can see it in the volume meter. I'll just talk over it, and then hopefully it'll not be as bad. Drone Pilot says it's like 125 microseconds versus 250 microseconds from 4K to 8K. I've never seen the difference personally, other than it helping being lower on an F4 for soft serial. Yeah, Drone Pilot. I've also asked the Betaflight devs when RPM filtering first came out, and no, when the BL S support came out. So see, it's frozen. This is my issue with Crossfire. It just like what, it just doesn't work. I'll give it more time. But I asked the when JESC came out, shortly thereafter, I asked the Betaflight devs if they have seen in the black box logs any performance differences between 4K and 8K, and they said no. And I've asked them that a couple times since then, and they've said no. So this is flashing green. What's flashing green mean? Does it mean I push the button? I pushed the button. It went back to yellow. Push the button again. It went back to green again. Yeah, see, this is my thing with... What was that? Did this battery just go dead? That was weird. I don't know what happened there. But I do know that I need to put this back into bind mode. That was strange. So, yeah. This has like always been an issue for me with Crossfire. Crossfire has always had trouble binding for me. I gotta replace this screen at some point. So usually what I end up having to do is just use the button to get it to bind, but that even that a lot of times doesn't. Yeah, like I don't know, man. What's it doing? So I to hold the button. Let me do this. I'm gonna look up what flashing green means. Crossfire manual. Abraham says use the button, then pull up the Lewis script. There does seem to be like some sequence of events that works, and I think that might be it. I think that actually might. I've always tried to pay attention to figure out what that sequence of events is, but then I think what happens is I just forget. So we're going to push the button. That's going to go to flashing green. And now I'm going to go into the Lewis script. And I got to hurry because the battery is about to run out on this transmitter. Which is probably not great. But it should be quick. Crossfire micro, binding. Maybe is it too close? Yeah, see now it's jammed up again. Yeah, this has always really turned me off to Crossfire. Because like it feels like every time I bind it, I have to do something totally different, which is just infuriating. Remy Tim says, what version of Crossfire on? Probably a bug from whatever version you've been stubbornly sitting on for however long. I did change the version not too long ago. It didn't help at all. I think I had that issue once a year plus ago. Update in Agent X. Ugh. 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 I have to update everything. Fuck that. I'm not doing that. The update that I am at some point gonna do is to whatever the hell the thing is, that the low latency nonsense. But isn't that still like a weird open beta nonsense? Transmitter bootloader active. Well, that's not what I want. Oh wait, here we go. Fast screen blinking. Receiver bootloader active or firmware upgrade running. Well, then update, you shit. Come on. Do the thing that you're supposed to do to work, please. Work, please. And this is not a brand new Crossfire Nano. So it's not going to automatically go into magic mode. Receiver slow green blinking is for receivers in binding mode. Oh, okay. Firmware upgrade. Why is the receiver going directly into fast blink mode? Benchy Frenzy says, get a Tango 2. Will that help this? Will a Tango 2 help this problem? Tiago says, when was the last time you upgraded your Crossfire? It's been a while, 6 months. That's interesting. What is this? It's tripping for some reason. Is this thing getting too hot maybe? This thing is getting kind of warm. Let me do this. Let me get the VTX table set up so that the VTX is not banging away while it's sitting here doing this. All right, everything's off. Yeah, and I'm also not the only I'm not the only person that has this issue with Crossfire. Like I've heard this from a bunch of people before, so I know it's not just me. It's frustrating. It's definitely annoying. Okay, so we're gonna load from file, and then I've got a file here, a folder rather, called something. It's called something. What's it called? Quards? It's called Quards. And then in here I've got a folder called VTX tables, and then we've got, oh, where's the oh, that's right. I have one VTX table that's in this manuals folder. There it is. That's for the tramp. I keep forgetting to move it into the other folder. Okay, so we got that, and then I'm just gonna pre-select the setup that I'm always sort of on until first arm, and then we're going to save. And that's all. That's all you got to do for your VTX tables. No big deal. And you get the magic of low power until first arm, which is well worth the 20 seconds that it took to very easily set the VTX tables up, right? So now, well, I might as well do the thing. Nugum720 says, keep putting it into bootloader, power up first, then press the bind button, then press bind on the radio. So that was the next thing I was going to try. Thanks for the $5 super chat, Nukem. Much appreciated. Supporting and fixing problems. That's pretty cool. Let me get my OSD dropped into the CLI. All right, there's our OSD, and let's just do our mode super quick like, just for the sake of knocking that out. I do use Horizon mode on a Switch as a panic button if I lose video. And the situation is appropriate, I can flip that switch and get the accelerometer to come on so that I can just use the throttle, and that has saved me a lot. It saved me in a bunch of situations. Since I am going to be black boxing this, I am going to leave air mode on in both of these aux2 switch positions, and then we're gonna turn on flip over after crash, and just for beeper mute. Oh, that's cool. That's new. Beeper mute. Nice. That would be great to have that on a Switch. Launch control, just for the funsies. aux2 in the middle. Acro trainer user 1 paralyzer. Okay, good. So we're all set here. And the other thing I'll do is push this auto smoothness up to 20. Oh, and I didn't save when I did it before. Alright, let's get this damn thing. I do use launch control a scary amount. Because it's just cool. It's just fun. It's just fun and cool. You know what it is, guys? It's cool. And it's fun. It's also fun and cool, though. Professional content here. Let me make sure that this... I've been using this this as a bench battery for a long time. There's a chance it's at like 1 volt per cell. Yeah, 23.2 total, 3.8 per cell. Interesting that the Wi-Fi was timing out. I don't know. Was it timing out or was it tripping? Maybe the VTX was like asking for a bunch of power or something like that, and it was tripping the Wi-Fi. Interesting. Powered on, and now I'm gonna hit the button, and nothing happens. Oh man, I bent the tip of the spudger Frank sent. Can't have that. Yeah, nothing happens. And if I hold it, it'll go into recovery mode, which I don't want. Oh man, I jacked up this spudger. No, I shouldn't have used that nice sharp tip. Just want to make absolute sure that I'm getting the button pushed all the way down. Yeah, I am. Yeah, so this is my, this is like every time. Every time I have to bind a crossfire, this is pretty much what happens. It's this confusing back and forth of like, well, it's supposed to work like this, but it doesn't. Alright, so try this. Maybe this will work. Nah, that doesn't. Well, try it. It feels like Flight 1 in that way, where it's a lot of just like, well, try this, maybe it'll work. And then eventually, if you just, here, try this with enough different things, eventually you find something that magically works. But I don't know. I don't think binding should be this difficult in 2021 or confusing. Oh, hold on. This is powered by the USB at the moment. Yeah, see? No. Whoa! That was weird. That was weird. I mean, you guys saw me pushing the button. Oh, it timed out. 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 Yep. That's what it is. Alright, so now we're going to the Lua. We're going to execute. We're going to hit this button. We're going to go to bind, and now I bet you it's going to work. Slow flashing red, and update micro TX. Yes. There we go. Okay, cool. Hopefully that's not giving you guys too much interference. We've got some blue blinking, that's what I like to see. We got some erratic green blinking. Crossfire is just too high tech for me, man. I'm just, what can I say? I'm an old school kind of guy. Next is, not today, but I'm gonna take one of the existing 15mm glides and put it on the shark bite. I was going to take the 20mm standoff glide and move that to over to 15s, but instead I'm going to leave that one on 20s, and I think it's going to become the DJI glide at some point. Look at that! We're bound. Easy. Region open, max power 250. Look at how many milliwatts that is. Max power 250, dynamic power on, frequency 915, OP mode normal. It's all right? Firmware version 3.23. That's what I wanted to look up for you. Hardware version 1.02, bootloader 1.10. There you guys go. Region open. We be bound. I will prove it to you. Oh, farts. Nope. It helps if you plug it in, usually. Turn off the Wi-Fi. Plug in the flight controller. And let's go to mode, or no, not modes, receiver. Ha ha! We're bound. Pitch, roll, yaw, throttle. Aux 1, 2, 3. Terrific. When I go bottom left on both sticks, looks like 988 on all four. When I go top right, 2011, 2009. And that's how I set my stick low and stick high thresholds. And I do always like to put a little bit of deadband in here. And that pretty much does it. That's how you build a quad. Oh wait, no, PID tuning. 2 times 405. What the hell? Newbie drone is very backed up. They're gonna get to you, but Dalton is one of their only. One of their. Oh my God! I did it again. I did it again, guys. Jeez. Dalton is working his ass off to get through all the customer service stuff for Newbie Drone, but there's only so much he can do. So they're gonna get back to you for sure. Just be as patient as you possibly can be. I want to say to you, like, I'll message Dalton for you, but I kind of can't. Like, I can't just, like, I can't have you guys jump in line. I wasn't even able to jump in line. I had to wait a couple weeks for something. So just, I know it sucks, dude, but you just gotta wait in line, man. I'm sorry. They're gonna hook you up though, man. They're gonna get back to you. They're gonna take care of it. Their customer service is fantastic. They just got absolutely hammered over Christmas time, and they're still digging out. PID tuning. So this is a clean rig. This is a fresh build. So I'm gonna go pretty aggressive with this, and it'll be a test of the frame. I know this electronic setup is very clean, and I know on the glide frame how far I can push this filtering. So I'm gonna push it to that point, and if these motors get hot, it's gonna tell me a lot. It's gonna potentially tell me that there's like some kind of maybe a harmonic frequency in the frame or something like that. That's not what's gonna happen. It's gonna fly great like this, but just for the sake of yeah, this is but I don't do this. Like, don't do what I'm about to do, especially on a fresh build. This is like suicide, unless you have a really good feel for the motors, the ESC, the flight controller, right? Like, this is a glide just in a different frame, so I know that I can be pretty nutty on this. It's also wintertime, so you can go pretty hard on your tunes in the wintertime because motor heat is a lot less of an issue. So D-term filter, I went all the way up to 1.5. That is very, very, very aggressive. But again, I'm testing. I'm throwing a test at this rig, and we're gonna see what happens. Yaw low pass filter turned on. Gyro low pass filters turned completely off because that's how good RPM filtering is. Gyro RPM filter section, leave this alone. Don't make any changes in here. Come down here to dynamic notch filter changes. Move the width percentage to 0. That makes a double notch into a single notch. Dynamic notch Q goes from 120 to 250. Dynamic notch minimum hertz comes down to 90. And then the maximum, I like to leave it up at 600. It gives it a little bit more range. Well, no, you know what? If I'm gonna throw the whole bowl of spaghetti at this rig, I'm gonna move this down to 400. That's a strange thing to say. Bowl of spaghetti. All right, so that is a very aggressive filtering setup. If this thing cannot get hot motors with this, I'll be impressed. I know that it's going to be able to, but yeah, it'll be good when it proves me right. I love the actual rate profile. I turn the center sensitivity down as low as it'll go. I run my max rotational at 700, and expo, I've actually been leaving alone. Sometimes 0.50 is a more round number, which just makes me feel better. Save it, and we're going to come into the PIDs, and I can't. I don't use the sliders because I set my feed forward so low that the sliders don't go low enough. If I did use the sliders, it's been a while. Where's the balance? Here's the balance. If I was gonna stick with the sliders, what I would do is I would move this P to D balance up to 1.2, and then I would move the P and D gain up to 1.1 or maybe even 1.2, and I would leave it there. But I can't do that because I run my feed forward very low. So what I do is just hand input the values, and these are, so this is a squish deck, so I have to give it a little bit more love on the pitch axis. I just turned my neck in a weird way, and I'm now dealing with a stabbing pain. I'm just not gonna move, and I'm gonna hope that it goes away. I match up my D max with my P gains, and then my D min. That's pretty good for D min. That's actually pretty aggressive. I'm gonna come down just a touch. My neck seems to be loosening up a little bit. D-min, gain, and advance, I'm going to move those both up to 50. That's going to make the D-min, that's going to make the D-gains go from the D-min to the D-max a little bit quicker and a little bit earlier, which does a really good job at just demolishing any and all prop wash. I'm going to move this I-term relax cutoff down to 10, and I'm going to change the feed forward transition up to 1. And now we're going to set our dynamic idle. So here's how we set dynamic idle. You go into your configuration, you look at your motor idle throttle value. This is 5, so this is the same as 1050. In the world of motors, the motors go from 1,000 to 2,000. So this 5% is the same thing as 1050 on that scale. You just put 10 in front of this number, and if it's a single digit number, you put a 0 after it. So 1050 is the number we want to remember. We're going to go to the motors tab. We're going to plug a full voltage battery in for the first time. Please don't blow up. Yes. And we're going to come in here. It is actually important to give this full voltage. It makes a big difference. And we're just going to zap these guys up to 1050. It sounds harsh because the motors are not bolted down, so I'm just going to do this really quick. 1050 RPM is 3,400. 3,400. Now I'm going to get them off. So 3,400 is the RPM. We get our little calculator, and we take the last two zeros off. 3,400 becomes 34. We go 34 times 0.8 because we want to get 80%, and it's 27. Just going to round that down. And we're going to put 27 into our dynamic idle value. Joshua Bardwell has a video on how to do the dynamic idle. Use his video. Don't use that half-assed little explanation because I have a bunch of shorthand in there. Unless you understand everything I just... unless you understood everything. Oh, shit. Okay. So... well, no. That number 27 is actually kind of dead on the money. These are 2,400 kV motors. So, do you guys remember when I first plugged this in, do you remember when it started to beep the motors and then it tripped this thing when this was only on 1 amp? That is because I've got a 6S battery plugged into 2,400 kV motors. So when it went to do the motor beeps, I also noticed, you guys might have noticed, the motor beeps were pretty loud. I turned the volume down of the motor beeps in BLHI32, but before I did that, did you guys notice how loud the motor beeps were? That's because they're 2,400 kV motors on 6S. I don't know the answer to this. This dynamic idle value of 27, I think that's correct. That's usually what that value is. But I want to test it. I'm going to motor scale these. I'm not even going to hover this at 100%. 6S on 2,400 is just mayhem. I'm going to motor scale now, and then we're going to rerun that motor idle test. Oh god, I just burped and it sounded like chicken. Let me do this though. Let me put, that was an alarming noise. So let me put a second motor screw into each one of these just so that it stops making that awful noise. Just real quick, let me just throw a second motor screw in each one of these guys. Adam Savage has a YouTube channel called Tested that if you're not subscribed to, you should go subscribe to. And in that channel, he did a little video the other day about painting one of his wrenches a color to save him like the 1 second of figuring out, it's a ratcheting wrench, of figuring out which direction the wrench needs to be. It's a really good video talking about like efficiencies, and like it seems like such a basic thing, but it adds up, right? So what I took away from that is a paint marker. I'm going to start marking my tools with colors so that basically, eventually, I will teach myself that blue means 2.5 millimeter, red means 2 millimeter, and white means 1.5 millimeter. And the reason I chose those colors is because MIP chose those colors. On the MIP tools, they give you these little color-coded bastards. So yeah, I'm just gonna stick with their color codes, and eventually, I'll just have them memorized, and it'll save me a little second or two. And yeah, you guys should do that too. So let's see if the motor scaling is going to make a difference here. So I'm going to scale all the way down to 60% because 2400 is a lot of kV on 6S on a 5-inch prop. So there we go. Scale factor 60 on 6 cell. And this way, if I plug in a 4-cell battery, it won't do that scaling. It won't even use this profile. It'll switch to a second profile that I'm going to set up. Okay, so to properly do this test, we actually have to remove this dynamic idle value that we just put in, and we have to redo the whole thing. So now we go to motors, we go here, and we're going to go to 1050. Sounds a lot better now, right? Now that the motors are bolted down. And at 1050, we are at, nope, it's all the same, 3400 kV. So the motor scaling must be happening after this. That makes a lot of sense. Not kV, 3400 RPM. So we're good. Okay, so the motor scaling does not have to be done before you set your dynamic idle value. That's good. That's a really good thing, actually. And all right. Well, that is pretty much it. Let me take one more. I'm going to have one more little look over these to make sure I didn't miss anything. These PIDs are real aggressive. I got to be honest with you guys. On 6S, these PIDs, this is a lot. I do have the motor scale coming down quite a bit. 60% should really... So here's what 60% is doing. 60% is taking a 2400 kV motor and essentially bringing it down to 1440. Is that right? 60%. It's 2400 kV. That seems a little low. Is that the right math? It seems like too simple. Am I missing something? Yeah, you just take 60%. All right, I don't need to scale it down that far then. Oh yeah, what do I have the other rig at? Do I have the other rig at 65% times 0.65? No, I must have it at 70%. Huh. I thought it was more than that. Times 0.7, 1680. There we go. Okay, so I probably have the other rig at 70%. So let's do that. I'm going to put the scale factor at 70. These motors do make an assload of power. Oh my god, these T-Motor F40 Pro 4s make a ton of power. I have to scale the 6S kV versions of these motors down because they make so much power. So all the motors are spinning in the right direction, and we've got our filters dropped in, we've got our rates in there, we've got everything else done. This looks good. 6-cell scale factor, feed forward of 1, Throttle boost 5. I've just been leaving throttle boost alone. It seems okay. Let me, you know, I'm gonna start turning this throttle boost down a little bit. I think. Bring it down to 2. And I think I missed a bunch of chats. I am gonna try to wrap this stream up because it's been 3.5 hours and I am hungry. So if you tagged me, it's now rolled off the top of the screen. Feel free to tag me again, or maybe I already answered it. Cool. That's how you set up. That's how I set up my rigs. It's everything, right? Oh wait, no, black box. Let's make sure black box is at 1 kilohertz, onboard flash, and typically you want the debug mode to be on gyro scaled. At some point here, I'm going to play around with putting that on RPM filter, but that's not for general usage. For general usage, you want it on gyro scaled. VTX tables look fine, right? Low power. Okay, that looks good. OSD. OSD is probably missing like 1 or 2 things. Let me just really quickly do that. And I love taking a look at my pitch angle. I think that's a really underused thing in OSD. And then battery current draw. I don't have in my little cut and paste. Everything else is good to go though. Let's go full sketch and hover it in the house. What do you say? I know you guys waited around to see if I would hover it inside or not, so I can't let you down. I gotta be a sketchy lunatic and go for it. What propellers we got around here? Gemfan Flash? Yeah, why not? Gemfan Flash 3143. I've actually been meaning to put these props up in the air to see how they are. Why not do it indoors? Dauntless, I have 2 bolts on the motors and I cranked them down good enough where this is going to be okay for just a quick little hover. But good thinking. Props out, props out, props out. And so I'm going to give you guys the sketchy but not super sketchy way of doing this. If you're going to do this, which you should not do, you should never fly a 5-inch rig inside. It's just too sketchy. But since I know you're going to do it, since it's become like this rite of passage. And you know what it is? It's that builds always get done when it's dark out. You never get a build finished up when it's light out so that you can safely go outside and test hover it. It only ever happens when it's midnight. As if that'll stop anyone from going outside that doesn't live in an apartment, but you know, whatever. Gotta get some foam. I gotta actually order some more foam. You know what I really need to do is I really want to do an an Impulse RC order and get some of their foam. They've got this magical mystery foam that's better than all the other foam. It's expensive, but it works better. And like, it's not that expensive. So I'm also going to have to do a little bit of just kind of playing around with the battery strap / battery cable configuration on this rig to get it into a really good place. Yeah, this is what I don't like about this battery. It's so wide that it hits the propellers, and then when you put this battery tall, it's just stupid. Look how silly it is when it's tall. Oh wait, you guys can't see shit. Sorry. Nuka motored the Imperial motors. Very cool. Do you believe that that holographicness on the top is just from the CNC machining? It's not like it's not sort of on purpose. Oh, I got this strapped down here backwards, but it's fine. I'm just doing a quick sketchy hover. Yeah, I gotta basically figure out how I'm gonna keep this motor wire out of the propellers. It's gonna change though on the other batteries. So this is totally just a yeah. This is just for a minute. As long as it doesn't chew the battery wire up right now, it's gonna be fine. Oh, man, I can't. I think this is the only charged battery I have, so it's either this battery or nothing. I have to rotate it. You're gonna dig it, Don. I'm pretty impressed by this frame, if I'm completely honest with you guys. I really, there's some stuff that Tommy did that I think we're gonna start to see in more frames. Okay. Let's just get this good enough. Just get this good enough. It's gonna be fine. There we go. Okay, that's fine. So, first and foremost, don't plug the quad in without your transmitter being on. If you do, do it in another room. Okay, transmitter's on. I just saw the light go green on the crossfire. First thing I like to do is test the beeper, because that tells you like a lot. So now, careful, careful, careful. It's a loaded gun that's never been flown before. You take it, and you go, and you put your webcam on, and then you go and you bring it over here. You put it away from as many things as you can. Get it away from everything. It's gonna be chaos. And then you leave the room. You get behind a wall. And then you really quickly arm and disarm. Just for a split second. Just to make sure nothing goes crazy. And then you do it for a little bit longer. And then you do it a little longer. And you listen. You listen for weirdness. There's been no weirdness yet, so now I'm going to arm it and I'm going to push the right stick to the side. And I'm going to immediately disarm, because if something weird is going to happen, it's going to happen right there. So now you do the other direction and all the other direction. I mean, if you do one direction and it doesn't go bananas, you're usually fine. But don't do yaw, because it's sitting on the floor. So now, now is the moment that if the PID loop is angry, it's going to go crazy and leave a big dent in your ceiling. So now's the really interesting moment. Let's see what happens. Whoop, I got scared. Whoop, I got scared. Oh, so launch mode was on. That's why I was acting a little weird. All right, here we go. Don't do all that, but you know, I'm being a little nutty for you guys. But yeah, it's a build. It works great. Yay! More quads. More quads make me happier, right? Again, like whenever I'm working with rigs, guys, like don't do this. Like when you're, you guys still can't see. God damn it. When you're working on a rig, right? Never work on the rig like this, okay? Like they're always dangerous. Like God knows what's gonna happen. Never have the rig, even micros. Work on your stuff out here. There's no reason to not, you know what I mean? There's no reason to not keep your head clear of it. Like this way, at least it'll just mangle your hands and your wrists and shit. Yeah, just in general, like when you're plugging in and unplugging batteries, just extend your arms as far out as you can, because you know, death. Okay. Man, it sounded smooth too. My God, it sounded really wispy and quiet. That is a good sign. Fail at FPV with a $3 super chat. What a sad, not sad, but what a YouTube name. Fail at FPV. Thank you so much. If you ever find yourself failing at FPV, I'm only a message away. Shoot me a message somewhere, and I will help you out. We're gonna get caught up on the chat real quick, and I'm gonna go eat something because I am hungry as hell, and breakfast is the worst meal of the day. I get stomach aches when I eat breakfast pretty quickly, and I can usually not eat much at breakfast. Mechanic Current says, guess I missed testing the failsafe while getting a beer. No, I don't test failsafes anymore, Mechanic Current. I have not had a rig that the failsafe didn't... Well, when you have no pulses on your transmitter, the failsafes are just like, they're there and they just work. I don't think about failsafes much anymore because they've just worked. If I... Last time I thought about failsafes was at Rampage a year and a half ago, because I tested people's failsafes for them. But yeah, they've just always worked. It's not good. It's not good to not think about it. Mechanic Kern says, I just had failsafe not working. Yeah, that's a really good point. Checking failsafe should be on the, in your normal whatever flow of setting stuff up. Kemma says, I need assistance. I went to fly 10 minutes ago and was fine, and I had video. When I put the quad on the ground, I completely lost video for no reason. The VTX is fried. Any clues? Jesus. I mean, any number... How do you know the VTX is fried, Kemma? Kemma, this stream is about to end, so come over to the Discord channel and... I mean, shit, if you post that in the Discord channel, everybody will just jump all over it and probably fix the problem for you. Or you can message me and I'll fix the problem for you. But that, I gotta be honest, it's going to be a pretty quick troubleshoot of like, do the lights come on in the VTX? Yes. Maybe it's not fried. No, it's kind of fried. It could have been the... it depends on where your VTX is being powered from, too. If your VTX is being powered from your flight controller, especially if it's a 5-volt VTX, it could be the 5-volt BEC that died on your flight controller. The 5-volt BEC is what takes the incoming full voltage and just cranks it down to 5-volt, basically. So it could be a bunch of things, Kemma. But yeah, we'll get you straightened out over on Discord for sure, or you can just message me, Ciotti. You'll get a faster answer for all of you guys. One thing that the Discord channel is really good for is that you guys are all very smart, especially when you're all together in a group, and that's what the Discord channel is. So if you guys need a quick answer to something, post it on the Discord, and the people in there are probably going to get you nailed down within like a half an hour. Whereas messaging me, like, it could be like 2 or 3 days before I can get back to you, because certain days I just get absolutely hammered with messages, and it takes me a while to get back to everybody. So yeah, that's another really good use of the Discord. You don't have to be a Patreon to get on the Discord. If you go to CiottiFPV.com, all the way at the bottom is a Discord button. You won't get the super secret colors and extra couple little text channels that the patrons do, but you'll still get access to like the main ones: General Nonsense, Microbrushes, 5-inch, FPV Therapy. Yeah. Don Ladd says the Moongoat frame looks good. Oh, we talked about that. Newcomb says awesome, looks so cool. Vern Kelk says Mom said, boy, you can talk and talk. Well, yeah, it's my job, man. It's literally my job now. My actual job is talking a lot. Not talking a lot. But yeah, talking to you guys. That's pretty cool. You guys are pretty awesome for allowing me to do that. That's a big deal. Newcomb720 says, I ordered some, we got that. I'm magically I'm caught up on the chat. Cool. Newcomb720 says, I found a cool guy on Discord that 3D printed me a bunch of stuff. It was really cool. And that's going to be our last comment for this live stream. Since, you know, I'm going to go fly this Moongoat that I just got done building. No, I'm not, because it's always dark out. But yeah, we've got a Moongoat. Should I weigh it? Should I weigh it as the last thing that we do? These are kind of heavy propellers. So, yeah, let's weigh it. Because this will be like, this will be as fat as it's ever going to be. Where are the R lines? Well, I know I got a bunch in here, so let's just whop this thing open real quick. Get that scale turned on. And let's see where we're at. There's an R-Line version 11056S. Just the quad is 367. And then with a Session 5, well, no, with just the battery, since I know some of you guys don't fly. So this has also got a little weight penalty of the TPU session. If you were going to buy this and fly it without HD, you would be at 534 grams. Call it 514. Usually these TPU session mounts are about 20 grams. So call it 514 if you were to build this for like just FPV, or like if you were to build a DJI one, right, and just use that. But then for me, my weight on this rig is so that this frame is pretty much exactly 5 grams heavier than the Glide. Most of my Glides weigh like 602 grams. This is 606.0. So it's, yeah, it's like 4 grams heavier. That's a good thing. I don't know why I don't know why I expected it to be any different. So yeah, it'll save like a gram when I go to a regular propeller. These propellers are about a gram heavier than all the lightweight ones that most of us are using. 606. 606 is a really good weight, man. 606 gram Moongoat, and that's with an SMA antenna setup. That's not with, these are T-Motor F40 Pro 4s. The battery is my favorite, the Tattoo R-Line 1050 6S version 1. The version 3 of this battery is like 40 grams heavier. And the version 1s are becoming a little bit harder to find. Yeah. Damn. This would be sub 600 if I converted it. So on GemFan 5143 3s, and if I took this SMA setup out and just did a direct UFL antenna like I usually do, and oh no, I'm missing motor screws, and they're heavy. So I'm going to have to add 4 motor screws. Yeah, this would be hard to get below 600. How would I get this below 600? If I moved away, if I took this camera out, if I went to like a nano camera, I could probably get this below 600. If I did a 20 by 20 stack, that would be how to do it. This is a full 30 by 30 ESC and a 30 by 30 flight controller. So yeah, if you did this build with 20 by 20 ESC, like the Acon AK32 pin and the Acon F7 V1.1, and if you went with a little bit, this is a heavy camera, Yeah, you can get this below 600. That's pretty good. These are T-Motor F40 Pro 4s, 2400 kV, scaled down to 70%. Yeah. Damn. Light. Very impressive. Tommy, great job, man. I can't wait to smash this into some stuff. Here's what it'll look like with the GoPro in it. Oh, yeah. Look at that. A Moongoat in the wild. Let's go break it. Tomorrow. Maybe. What's tomorrow? Monday? Yeah. I'm going to fly this tomorrow. I'll have some footage of this for you guys tomorrow night. Hold me to that. Well, I mean, you kind of can't, but yeah. See you guys tomorrow night. Thanks for tuning in for the Moongoat build. This is the end of the Moongoat thumbnails. You know what I mean? Like now it's just going to be flying it and then showing you guys flight footage. So the Umagod green left bar on the thumbnails is going to go into retirement now until Tommy comes out with another frame that comes in. Maybe one that's like sub 250. Thanks for hanging, everybody. My name's Aaron Ciotti. Everybody calls me Ciotti. If you don't, I will cut you. See you guys tomorrow night at 10 o'clock Eastern Time. Tomorrow night's giveaway night. So there will be 3 Patreon giveaways for the folks in the $5, $10, $20 tiers. And then there's going to be 1 Super Chat giveaway. And I haven't even begun to think about what the giveaway items are going to be. I usually do that tomorrow Mondays during the day. So yeah, look out if you want a sneak peek maybe at the giveaway stuff. CiottiFPV over on Instagram. Sometimes I'll do like a little Instagram story of things that I'm doing during the day. So there you go. See you guys tomorrow night, 10 o'clock. Thanks for hanging out. Here's some flying in a broken computer. Whenever you're ready, computer, I'm just here for you. There it is. That's not flying. Is that flying? Ooh, 2.8. That's probably some flight footage. Goodbye!
Same ESCs, same cameras, same motors. Other